All right. We're gonna try the Ruiner soundtrack, and I think what I'm gonna have to do going forward is that VODs, like even the ones that I'm posting from 2 years ago, I think I'm gonna take the latest date or the latest timestamp of what YouTube identifies as being copyright and just blanking it out, just completely blanking it out. What is this? Why do I have that open? Oh, that's a VOD. I can close that to save a couple cycles on this computer. Hey, that was very quick, engineering audio. Yeah, the audio engineering is a nightmare. It's a total fucking nightmare. Oh, I shouldn't have cursed in the first 5 minutes of the video. Oh, no. Well, listen, I think what's going to happen is I'm going to let YouTube scan for copyright infringement, and the latest timestamp, I'm going to mute all the way until there. And so it's going to be silent at the beginning of all the VODs that I'm posting, which isn't very cool. That's not very cool. All right, I need to pop out chat over here. Oh, it hasn't shown up yet. Where's my stream? There it is. I guess I can't put a thumbnail ahead of time, huh? Maybe I can. I don't know. Let's pop this chat out. Pop it out. Close the window. I dislike YouTube's chat popping out. Oh yeah, and then I need to take the social stream and put that up over here. And then I'll start the music in just a second. Sorry. It's just so clunky and it takes so long. Maybe editing in YouTube Studio instead of their little clicky thing would be better. But this is the Ruiner game soundtrack, and it was largely composed by Sidewalks and Skeletons, and it's freaking awesome. There's even a song from the 90s on that. I mean, Devolver, Devolver knows how to make a game. Put this up here, and then we can do. Where'd OBS go? OBS is behind like 11 windows now. Yeah, Ruiner soundtrack. The chat up there is from last stream, except for engineering audio. That's the only message I have in here. I should like put fake messages in. I should have something that fakes the chat moving really quickly. So like it wouldn't appear on Twitch. I would have like a third channel on the social stream, and the third channel would be just like an IRC channel where I'd have bots. Just have bots on it. That'd be kind of funny. So yeah, I have no idea what's gonna happen because, I mean, all of my old VODs that I've put up, absolute mess of copyright. It's just a complete crap show on these. I've narrowed it down to 20 videos of the 25 or something that I've put in, but until these process, and I have to run the processing multiple times, and it takes forever. I found out if you refresh the page, it actually works a little faster again. So that incredible lag that I was dealing with before is not a thing. We got 50 people viewing it. Hey, that's pretty freaking cool. Thank you, people, for viewing my VODs. Nobody is viewing these though. It hasn't published yet. But yeah, this is a mess. If I get to 4,000 subscribers, then that'll be an interesting day, huh? But that'll mean that I can actually monetize, and I'm gonna have to come down like a hammer on all the copyright stuff. I'm gonna have to actually acknowledge that I'm being a skeezy little weasel and playing all this copyrighted stuff illegally. I like being a skeevy little weasel about music. I like music. I like playing real music, not elevator fucking music during my streams. There I go, cursing again. I guess this is inevitably going to get muted when I publish it to the main VOD channel. I'm looking forward to actually being able to like edit videos again too. I need to get back into that groove because editing videos sucks. It's tough, right? You got a lot of stuff to worry about. And yeah, it's just a thing. So when I get back to that, I have to basically force myself to love it, force myself to make it a habit, and I'll have the ability to very quickly say, oh, I want to make a video from this playlist. And I'll go to that playlist and I'll have all the streams broken down into like event minutes, I'll probably have to do a little bit more on some of them because the early ones I didn't mark down as many of the things happening. It's mostly just people subbing. Oh, I have to take a heartburn pill. I had a salami sandwich for lunch, and I'm already burping it. So it's like a heartburn sandwich. All right, there we go. That's a little better. I don't like if I play Ruiner on stream now, will it get copyright flags? And the copyright flags don't necessarily mean a strike, but if you get a strike, you're in trouble. Like you can only get 3 strikes and then your channel gets deleted. So what do? What up, Carabos? I mean, what I do is I eventually set myself up to be able to make ambient noise at the beginning of streams that will just be, you know, the way of it. And I guess if I could pull, I don't know which audio track records, but if I hit the thing to record not the music track, I could also just use regular music again and let Twitch. I mean, Twitch won't do anything if I don't have music in the VODs on Twitch, which I don't. So I could use those Twitch VODs. It was only until recently that I did this stuff. There's a bunch of settings that I had to put in. So I didn't know that I'd be struggling with these copyrights on YouTube. All the wiring garbage is going away. I did a lot of wiring. How am I? I feel like crap. You know what? I didn't sleep. I guess I woke up with like a completely dry mouth, so I must have been snoring something fierce. I'm drinking too much, so I have a nice sober night tonight. But I'll be all right. I'll be all right. I just feel very tired today. I gotta get over whatever shit's holding me up. Been walking the dog a lot though, so I'm getting a little exercise. Hopefully that leads to less body mass, which will lead to better sleeping. Beauty exclusion? Yeah, that's already set up, and I think that was as of like 2 months ago or something that I did it. It was only recently. Twitch sent me a warning email, and that was, I don't know, a couple months ago. They sent me a warning email, and that's when I set up all of the exclusion VOD stuff. But the VODs that I'm posting are what OBS is recording, and OBS is recording overall audio. It's recording the monitor audio. I don't know how to make the recording, even if I do make the recording not have the music, I still have 315 videos that have full music during the entire beginning. No, don't send me a video. Don't send me a video. I already know how to look up tutorials. I have 315 videos that I need to get the music out of and preserve my voice. Now, you can use RTX voice, but that's mostly for real-time audio. And this is a 1080 FTW, which I believe in this computer, which I believe can do RTX audio. I need some other tool that would be able to go through a batch of videos. Yeah, I still have this entire backlog to deal with. It's a tough problem. I need a tool that I can throw the video files into, but the video files are several gigabytes each. So I would need to like process out the music, upload the video, and then delete it. Or I could use YouTube Studio and just say, hey, mute all the intro. And I don't want to cut out the intro, because sometimes stuff happens during the intro, and I explain stuff during the intro, and I do stuff during the intro. It's an important facet of the stream. What a mess I've made for myself. Using audio in a video. How dare I? I should be signing and pantomiming everything. Any differences from video sizes? Yeah, they need a better edit tool indeed. I mean, they've put in a good effort. It is good that they're identifying the copyrights and allowing me to remove them. But if I use several tracks, it becomes a complete bane. It's like, but I've uploaded something like, I don't know, how long are we from Christmas time? I've uploaded videos all the way up until Christmas time. Even the ones that are already uploaded have copyright issues, and some of them have a lot. Like, some of them I'm listening to music for kind of a long time, and it's identified all the songs and all the specific locations, but I have to individually tell it to mute each one, and then it processes the whole video. I don't know if I open it up in YouTube Studio, maybe that's a little better. I don't know. Ah, too many pop-ups. I don't really know what to do. What the fuck? I was gonna put those on my soundboard on the mixer for when we do gaming streams. I want to have the do all those Windows noises for when I'm, you know, something stupid or you know, I get struck by something. I can do the reboot noise. Copyright trolls getting those though. Jeez. That's crazy. Credit to the music. I don't know if that'll save me or not. Probably not. I need a tool that will isolate my voice during the beginnings of stream. And I found a live tool that does it. It's $600. It's a $600 VST or whatever. Yeah, I didn't play enough Ruiner. I didn't play it enough. I played it a little bit, and I loved every second of it. It was just amazing. I loved the game. But it got a little twitchy for me, and I think maybe I just needed to go on a less difficult setting. I need to notch down the difficulty because it became very twitchy and sort of frenetic and tough for me to control. But I loved the game, and the mask, the Ruiner helmet, is something that I would love to be able to build one day. LED screens have come a long way. You can get WS2812 compatible LED screen panels. I don't know if they're on like sort of a flexible PCB, but you'd need to conform it to the facets of that mask and also be able to see through it. Not as high a priority as being able to see through it, but you kind of want to be able to see through it, and then not have it be totally big and exaggerated. It needs to be only a little bit larger than your head. It needs to be a little smaller than a motorcycle helmet, but larger than your head. And you can always exaggerate, you know, the size of the head. You can exaggerate that and wear, you know, the big motorcycle jacket. I love how he's in sweatpants and a motorcycle jacket and a completely digital head. But God, that would be so fun because you could get like a Raspberry Pi, like one of the more powerful Raspberry Pis, to do all of your visuals, saying "Kill Boss" and doing the blue screen thing. That'd be so cool, and you'd be so annoying. You'd be so bright to everybody else. Yeah, the price of the screen. Well, what do we have? WS2812 flexible screen. They say flexible. I don't know if I believe them. $16 is little man. Put that shit in my hand. If you don't got the dough, then you don't owe me. Owe me. Oh. This does not look flexible. It says flexible though. This would be the way you do it, I guess. You would lose a lot of resolution. The size of the LEDs is sort of a thing. Because like, you'd want to be able to legibly create text on it. Mech helmet. Yeah, that'd be a very difficult thing to do. One thing that I was thinking of was Applied Science did a 3D print like conductive circuit board thing. So if you had your substrate that would be behind, you would be able to 3D print your circuit board on it. The problem is you've got metal on plastic, and so when you go to solder that, you're taking it above its comfortable temperature, so that wouldn't really work all that well. Most of the way they do these things is by putting a flat screen behind a curved surface. But on this, you are forced to do like a three-dimensional spherical contour, which is not easy to do. You would need a pretty crazy flexible PCB in order. That's $60 for that low resolution. And then they don't like to flex in 2 dimensions. They really only like to flex in 1. Printed ABS and use 100% lead solder. Yeah, you just put it in your mouth. You just put it right in your mouth. I don't want to use pure lead solder. Good God. I think we're gonna do scope mods tomorrow. I need to do the screen protector and the fan I need to replace, because that fan is very annoying, and we're gonna have it on all day today. I just hate that I have to mute the entire beginning of all of my streams. I have notes down for where the stream starts, so people can click on the description in order to get to the start of the stream if it's purely quiet. I hate that though, because I talk about all kinds of stuff. I'm doing an Noctua, yeah. I'm gonna throw a Noctua in there. It'll be undersized, but I think the airflow will be okay. That's what I did with my last scope. Social stream static comment capture. Huh? What does it even mean? Oh, that's this. That's this plugin. Huh. I was doing a little research on whether or not I could play the Ruiner soundtrack. And the answer is... So what other kind of, like... Oh, I'm a cough. Ah. It's that season. Everyone's coughing. 1 sec. Yeah, switches are crazy. I had a project when I was working for the tracking device unit, and the project involved setting up like a sensor that was on a normal network. And we're like, well, we got rules about this kind of stuff here because it's a classified facility, so I can't just like plug it into where my computer's plugged into. So they were like, okay, well, we'll just get you a router and you can just do your own private like network. There's no wireless on it, so it should be fine. You're not plugging it into a computer. Like, all right. So they bring me this thing, and it's a network switch. It's a rack-mounted network switch. And I plug it in, everything seems fine, and then it goes, because those things, they put whatever fan they can in those things to move as much air as possible because they're squished into a 19-inch rack enclosure, and there's no open space in there at all. So you put the tiniest little fins going as fast as possible, not like Cecil fins, not like Finnish, like these tiny little air, like just spinning at this incredible speed. It's like a dentist's drill. Blah. Yeah, they put like dentist drill fans in them. So like that's not what's happening with the Rygol. The Rygol, it has a particular sized fan on a very cleverly made heatsink, and it's just moving air. It's just moving open and free air. They put a lot into that design. It looks really cool. But for some reason they use this cheap fan, and the cheap fan makes a high frequency noise. And there's no excuse for that. I mean, fine. I like the price of the scope where it is. I don't want, to necessarily have to tolerate 50 extra bucks on my scope for a fan, but out of here. But it would be nice if the scope was quiet. Oh my God. See, the problem with this is that it's not. See, this says it's flexible large LEDs. This is like giant globe. We need small, flexible, and able to go in a helmet, basically. I don't believe this for 1 second. that's cool if that's how that is. That would be the type of panel that you'd want to use. This is like the same design as the purse screen, it looks like. It's got all the network chips and stuff up there. And you're telling me that thing flexes. That's pretty cool. So could you make liquid cooled scope? Ugh. Why don't you put it in an oil bath? You guys know how often I hear that? It just has lost all meaning. I've got semantic satiation from water cooling things. That's a lot of flexing that you would have to do. I know it was a joke, but it's more like mental torture to me. I don't know if you could do this. Contours of the face are, and like the nose is completely flexed like that. You could probably pull it off. But getting that whole mask thing. 80% off right now? Ah. Yeah, you could probably find what a cycling mask? What the hell is that thing? What the heck? Oh, like straps on. Holy shit. It doesn't have a nose though. That's kind of cool. People often bought this with a sword. Just hold on, I gotta buy my mask and sword. Oh, there's not even an English. Huh. Jesus. I'm gonna cough again. 'Tis the season. All my allergies are going nuts now. I guess the leaves are rotting on the streets and I'm coughing as a result. Yeah, I mean, if you did this, you would have to make the mask a little bit bigger than it is in the game. It would have to be a little bit bigger. And I don't know how you would be able to get that full LED panel at that resolution. Because the ones I'm finding that aren't too expensive don't have the resolution at their size. And they don't have exactly the flexibility that you would need in order to make the Ruiner mask. Although behind the scenes, behind the mask, maybe that flexible thing is just all over the place and like crinkled up and stuff. I don't know. Reminds me of the mask from Watch Dogs. Oh yeah. I think I remember that one. But yeah, we're listening to the soundtrack for Ruiner. We're gonna see whether or not that gets 10,000 copyright strikes. Not strikes, copyright notices. See, the thing is, if you get the notice, you can potentially get a strike if you try to monetize it. And I do want to eventually monetize the VODs, and so I might just have to just mute the entire beginning of the VODs. But that's like really ugly and not good. It's not good. I mean, I could just go the route of never monetizing the VOD channel. I guess I could do that, and then I would have to cut the videos that I cut would then not have copyright music in it. What is going on? Can't send a message. I'm trying to communicate with Julian and Dave, and of course I don't get any reception down here. Radio waves don't get down here. Because Julian might have a cold. I might have a cold. The people I live with have colds. And so we're seeing whether or not it's a good idea to get together. What is that noise? Is that part of the music? Or is that something outside? Oh, that's the garbage truck making that. There's like a squealing, scraping noise. I was like, wait a minute. Yeah, you could just have like one of those little micro projectors. That would be the only way you would be able to really accomplish it and make it look true to form. Is you would make the mask, and then you would have like a pole sticking out of your head, projecting back onto you with one of those micro projectors. You have to use software to cut out your head. It's the only way. I could just cut out the intro and just start working immediately upon a broadcast, and then I just start working. I don't like that solution, but it's such a mess. It's such a mess. Look at this. I got 20 videos that are stuck in escrow. They're not really stuck. They're actually, some of them are already published. But I mean, like, Face to Face with Reality, Spank, 2043 to 23. I had the RuPaul song that I used for the pumpkin dance got flagged, and I used it for 2 seconds. Yeah, the VODs are going directly up onto YouTube as an archive because they only stay on Twitch for so long. Already 4 views. People are viewing them too. I am humbled. I look just as fucking like tired and terrible in those. I look way too tired and awful in these videos. I wasn't. OctoJ just subbed. Hey! With a Prime for 73 months. OctoJ, thank you so much. I am lamenting the copy strikes that I have on these old VODs. See, the way that I used to do it, and are you not splitting the... Everybody asks that. No, I wasn't doing that. Because, like, music isn't the whole stream. I turn it off and then I do my stuff. And so I didn't need to. What I did is I listened to Metronomic Live. Metronomic Live played that house music that I really like. Also, he did it on Twitch. And so Twitch would filter out the stuff that Twitch didn't like. I had no aspirations of opening a VOD channel. Now I do, because, you need to do that these days. So I am opening a VOD channel, especially because I dual stream this to YouTube. And I think the YouTube stream still has the music audio in it. I don't know how to spin that off yet. I need to upgrade OBS. I think if I upgrade I update OBS, I'll be okay. But if I update OBS, everything can break. So yes, only until I monetize the videos. So I could monetize only the ones that I get away with the copyright on. I could do that. Or what I'm doing is I have to see the details, go into the processing, tell them to mute an individual song, and then it takes hours for YouTube to process each one. And I have like 5 or 6 for each individual video. I've got a lot of these. Some of them are long lists. Like, look at this. This is how many times I have to go in there and tell YouTube to do stuff. So I don't know. I don't want to just mute I don't want to just mute my audio, you know? Yeah, here we've got one that's 2 hours into it. Well, that's the thing. Some more popular channels than me monetize their VOD channel, and they apparently make a little bit of money off of it. Every little bit helps. Mostly, I guess I'm just using it to promote my Twitch stream. And Twitch is more direct for the money. But another advantage to doing the VOD channels, it makes me go through my old videos and mark off when stuff happens, so I can actually... Well, yeah, I'm learning it's not worth the hassle at this point, but I can mark off all the stuff that's happening in the old streams, and so I can go back and make videos using those notes. I can make a video about a project, so that's part of it. But yeah, going through here tens of times to mute the audio, I'm trying it out, and it seems to not be working. It seems to not be worth it. It's a lot of hassle. But hey, look, I got views on some. If I get rid of the filter, there's nice blocks of videos that don't have copyright stuff on it. But I'm getting views. Pretty cool. 62 views. Probably because I showed a Raspberry Pi Pico on the thumbnail. So I'm working on making a frame for these so that I can do a nice frame around my videos that people can identify in their feeds, because right now they're just sort of the amateurish one clip from the video thing. Yeah, I guess I could do it that way. I've got more, I think I have like 300 subscribers on my main channel, because I've been promoting it for years now and not uploading, but maybe I could do that. That way I'd get around all the copyright stuff and you guys would get the unmolested VOD uploads. That's maybe what I have to do. But, you know, I want YouTube to pay me $1 for all of the e-waste that I'm putting on them. That sweet Google money. What are we doing? Well, potentially I have Julian and Dave coming here on Saturday, but people have colds because it's that season. And so if people have colds, I don't know what I can do. OctoJ, have you heard anything from Milton T. Pike lately? I know his brother's still streaming. I'm just wondering if he just, like, he seemed to have thrown his hands up at streaming as soon as he had a flood. Sad. He was promoting artisan builds before they exploded by their own dickishness. And artisan builds fell hard, didn't they? They were in that really sensitive part where you're trying to make money. Haven't watched him or Djibouti in like 5 years. I popped into a Djibouti stream. They're still doing aight. Louis still raids every now and then too. Pretty cool. I wish I had the Streamlabs feed from each of my. Yeah, that was the that CEO was shitting on small streamers like me. God, I'm really burping today. I don't know what the fuck's going on. You haven't watched anything since Damon left. Yeah, Damon's been streaming too. Your boy Damien. But he's on LA time, so I never get to see his streams. He's on LA time. I'm like, dude, he's totally cool. Like, he knows who I am, sort of, and like I totally promote him at with every breath. But I can't. He's like LA time. And he streams at night, so I'm like half asleep by the time he starts. Patreon, yeah, I know. You gotta hit every single angle though these days. That's how it works. Listen, guys, I don't make enough at all. Like, it's not a significant amount of income, and it probably will never be. It was good project seed money though while Burn the Subs was running. I was getting enough that I could fund the future of it, and I got a little worried about losing my healthcare. So Mr. Carlson's Lab is a fantastic Patreon model. Patreon is just another like paywall social media that I have to then monitor and actually figure out. Yeah, hey, give your audience the tiniest of incentive to actually sub to your channel, and they do. That's what's beautiful about Twitch. I love that. And for most streams, the tiniest little incentive is, wow, thanks for subscribing to my channel for X months. Anyway, like, that's it. That's all these people have to do, other than just be entertaining. I like tying it into the real world though. Like, if I were so inclined, I would love to put a boxing glove on one of those those things that stretch, and and so somebody would sub and would just go Puh! And I'd be like, ah. Just stupid shit like that, I love it. You'd ham up the response to getting hit, but yeah, it's another thing that I have to curate content for. I am staking the Patreon though. I have a Patreon. There's nothing there. I just signed up for it, so yeah, scissor arm, is that what those are called? I mean, it's a coat rack. Those coat racks are basically just scissor arms, right? Who's the one that put that was Murder Bits. Murder Bits would always be something _ sex joke. Like, they all took that form, and it may have been because he claimed that he wasn't making these accounts, but they all looked the same. They were all that kind of like, like AI accounts on Reddit will be like adjective _ noun _ number. They all looked like that, and part of it was No, on Santa's beard. Oh, you got that in there. I just didn't want to read that comment because it's like burning my retina. Oh, that was the end of the soundtrack. Great. Yeah, but anyway, so they all took on the same form. They all looked like the same thing, and he claims it was because that's just how he searched for the names, because it's hard to kind of find funny names on Twitch if you're out of it. But I mean, the joke is that I made money off of every single one of them, so it was a good thing. I really want to make a Ruiner mask. I would love to be able to do that. That would be very difficult to do, and I think the best way to do it would be to put the LEDs on a curved substrate instead of. But the problem is, like with WS2812s, it's so low resolution, and I guess that might be okay for what that is. You could use UV glue and just do one of those, those Japanese like solder challenge kind of. You'd use motor wire and sand off the varnish and do each individual connection and do a big string of them, and then you'd have to like epoxy the whole thing together. What's that, pantograph? Is that a graph of pants? What is that? I don't know what that is. Yeah, I need a tool that can do the RTX voice removal of music on the VODs. I would love that. I think that would be a wonderful thing if I could just throw audio into it. I would have to use a tool to separate the audio out, save it as a file, throw it into the tool, put it back on the video, and then make the video. So there would be a lot of e-waste involved with that, but that would really save me from the copyright claims. I don't know of anything that does that. And then, why didn't you just multi-track record? Because I didn't. Like, that's where we are. I didn't anticipate that this would be the result, that I'd be doing this, but here we are. So that does flex in the other dimension. It flexes on both dimensions, but I don't know if you could make it wrap around a skull. Plus, it's $50 a screen. Holy shit. I don't know if you can make that wrap around a skull. God, it would be wild to take all the LEDs off of one of these things and then put them on a mask and make just like, because you would make like a grid, right? I don't know. You would need to. I guess the way that I would do it, if somebody made me build this thing, would be to take these panels and take them into CAD and put a grid on them, so that they are the underlying surface, not the overlying surface. And then, oh God, you need like mesh wire to go over that thing. And then glue all the LEDs down and then wire them individually, and then lose your sanity, maybe regain your sanity, I don't know. And then, yeah, it would make for a very cool cosplay. I could show up looking all dumpy and fat, and people would be like, holy shit, what is that thing? I wouldn't look anything like the character. All right, let's just start stream because I'm fretting about copyrights. How do I start the stream? There we go. There we go. There we go. If that audio was muted, we were talking about all kinds of copyright stuff and Ruiner masks. What are we doing today? Well, troubleshooting analog. Is it circuits? Yeah, by Bob Peace. Troubleshooting analog circuits by Bob Peace. The reason that this is such a notable book is that Bob has a decent sense of humor, which is hard to find. It's actually really hard to find in electrical engineers, is a decent sense of humor. These are people that have had their souls crushed with mathematics for most of their academic life. They're not funny people, but every now and then one of them actually makes a joke, and it's fun. And so that's troubleshooting analog electronics. Troubleshooting analog electronics features a confused-looking Bob Peace looking at an absolute insane mess of wiring. That's why it's notable. We used to have this in one of the shops. This is me. This is me right now. Bob Peace is looking a lot younger than when I originally looked at this. This is like 10 years ago. I saw this cover of this book and I'm like, this really old guy is looking at this circuit funny. And he doesn't look all that old to me anymore. That's weird. Wonder if it'd work better with a clear LCD with a backlight shining out. Yeah, maybe if you had a flexible LCD behind there, you could light up areas of the LCD and have it. If it was like one of those flexible OLED screens, you would be wasting a lot of pixels. But then your unflexible panel would shine through the holes that have the proper contour. But I don't know if I like that though. Circles the breadboard. Yeah, exactly. There it is. There's the problem right there. This is basically what I'm dealing with. I mean, there's not that much of a difference between what I'm looking at here and what Bob Peace is fretting over. This is like a timeline shot. I'm looking at myself in the future. This is me. He's me. It's a good book. Bob Peace is very fun. You need like 5 Samsung folding screens. The thing is that entire mask has LEDs on it. So I was just, pontificating. It's kind of like a dream project. If I could figure out what applied science did, yeah, maybe if I see a time machine, I should probably stay away from it because I'll end up making this book. If I could do the applied science depositing of circuit board trace on a curved surface, that would be like the ultimate thing to do. I had no idea how I'd solder it. I'd probably want to do the depositing on like a ceramic substrate or something, but God, that'd be such a righteous, that'd be so cool. Anyway, yeah, we're talking about Ruiner masks, but this is, when I finished this last night, by the way, this is not the work that you guys previously saw. The work I did previously, I used the wire wrap wire in order to tie the 2 circuit boards together. The reason I have 2 circuit boards, this is a Bic and Tick filter, which is basically, it's a voltage controlled oscillator that goes into a bunch of integrator circuits, and it flips between the integrator circuits using just basic counting chips, chips that are made for like logic level counting and stuff. You used to see these things in all kinds of electronics in the 70s, 80s, and 90s. They don't do that stuff anymore because it's expensive. Those chips are discontinued and they're not useful anymore. Like the 555 timer. The 555 timer is an obsolete, useless POS. For the same stuff, you could program a microcontroller and have a better time doing the same things. Instead of spending 5 hours doing math and figuring out which capacitor has just the right timing for your circuit, you can put a microcontroller in. It'll be accurate. You're fine. Blink in an LED with a microcontroller. The only people who will complain are idiots. And you can call them that to their face because they'll be too high up in their ivory towers to realize that you can spend all of the time and effort making a 555 do a job that a microcontroller does, and you will be learning obsolete things. I can make a rotary telephone. I can build one. I don't need to anymore. Like, the world has moved on. Teaching people the stuff that tortured you in the past is not the way of things. We're moving up in technology. You teach somebody how to program a microcontroller, which has gotten easier and easier exponentially as the years go by, and they can do the same job. Anyway, I don't know where I got on that rant, but oh yeah, 7400 series being obsolete. 7400 series are fun because it's all logic level stuff and logic gates. And logic gates, learning about logic gates, teaches you how to program FPGAs. So it could potentially be seen as still something to do. But the chips are getting more expensive these days. Anyway, this is a sort of an old style of stuff. But so the Bic and Tick filter was built for a different kind of rack. It does not fit in the modular synthesizer unless I turn it on its side. And I didn't want to do that. So what I did is I gorilla it out and I freaking broke this circuit board over the side of the synthesizer, which means I have to use point-to-point wiring in order to repair all of the traces that broke and peeled up. A lot of the traces actually peeled up from this thing. Luckily, there's a wealth of knowledge about the Bic and Tick, especially the one that I bought. I bought it on a whim too. That's the fun part. But I have all kinds. I just closed the window. Hold on. I need that window back. I have all kinds of information about this, like a schematic, like a picture of the PCB, which is particularly helpful. I went through the picture of the PCB and I mapped out where my circuit broke, where my circuit board broke. So that red line right there is the line of the cut. And then I went through trace by individual trace and I soldered wire to wire in order to get this thing. Did I do that one? Uh-oh. I might have missed one. Oh boy. I might have to do one repair wire after all that. Let's see, did I miss that one? Oh God, where is it? This is this way. And we're looking, I flipped it in the image thing so that I could see trace for trace. I did not. Okay, so we have one wire that needs to go in. After all that cleanup that I did. All right, so let's do that the one wire fix. Semiconductor components nowadays are much better than in the 90s, but it's kind of frustrating how small they've become. Yeah. There are still larger, like an AT-Tiny 85 is still pretty big. I guess you just got to get with the program and learn how to solder very small, which is what I've done. But when you get into like the more, but the problem is, you know, you're always going to be behind the curve when it comes to the type of electronics that you're able to build on your own. You know, the industry has gone so crazy in terms of like application specific integrated circuits and the size of things being utterly tiny. Everything is a programmable ASIC microcontroller now. And it's like a separate market for the stuff that we can build. But it's still, you know, we still have stuff that we can use. Like we're not exactly in the 7400 series size. We're not putting big dip packages and everything, but the SO8 and accompanying sizes are still pretty usable. They're still pretty usable in size. You just have to upgrade your tools a little bit. You may need a microscope, stuff like that. Hot air is like a necessity now, but all those machines, the hot air guns and whatnot, those are getting cheaper too and more available. So yeah, the march of time. We got to get this out of the way for a second here because I got to do one last job. One last job, Arthur. I've noticed in my VODs that my voice isn't very deep. I feel like my voice used to, like the voice I'm listening to right now is deep. It's deep. I've got a nice voice. Editing all these VODs. Hey Copper, here's something Copper would understand very well is when you listen to your own voice in your setup. It's like, no, make it stop. Like, I'm used to my own voice, but like listening to it in my VODs, I'm like, man, it's not, my voice isn't that special. I thought I had a great voice. Maybe I can tune my setup again and make it sound a little bit more like what I hear. This iron is not on at all, is it? Nope. Turn the iron on. Mine weirdly sounds deeper in recordings than how I hear my own voice. Yeah, but you were like, so I've played online games with Copper before, and he was very self-conscious about his voice, and his voice sounds perfectly fine. It's a great voice. I need more bass. The problem is, okay, so when I set up this mic, I was fed up with a lot of these streamers will pump up the bass in their voice artificially, and you can really hear it. And so I don't want that. But I feel like I'm missing a couple frequencies. I mean, my setup, I'm not going to touch my setup because it's a very little bit of fidgeting goes a long way in terms of audio. This needs to be changed though. I think I need to like either get like a preamp for the microphone or something so I don't have to do this. The gate should always be on the audio because I use power tools every now and then, but like, so I don't know. I'll have to figure it out at some point. I'm not going to touch this though. I'm not going to touch that. Auto-tune. Hey, chat. Oh. God, what a plague auto-tune has been. No, the tool that I really, Jesus Christ, how am I going to do this? The tool that I really need is a RTX voice that, it doesn't need to be real time, so it doesn't need to be RTX voice, but I need something that will pull my voice out of the VODs. All right, I'm going to go with this length and then trim it down. 3-band EQ. Everything 3-band. Yeah, everything is 3-band. All of the stuff is 3-band, but I use an 8-band EQ because this lavalier microphone needs specific filtering because when I first got this thing and I plugged it in, I went like this while listening to the audio feed, and I could hear every facet of 2 beard hairs scraping together. So the compression and the filtering needs to be very specific so that you guys can actually hear what's going on. Now I could use RTX voice on my voice, but we do stuff in the physical real world, right? I'm not playing a game that has all of its own SFX on it. RTX voice is great for that because you want a nice clean audio feed that's been kind of like catered and gated and sounds nice. And then the game does all your other audio stuff. But I'm sitting here at a desk, so if I happen to like go like this, I want to be able to hear it in the audio. Opera players clip their lav mic to their facial hair. That's like what my friend was telling me with lav mics, because he worked in audio in New York. He was saying, like, if an actor's wearing a hat, it's like a free boom operator. You just put the lav out on the hat brim, and it gets like perfect audio. Reference audio versus DSP. We are somewhere in between. We're somewhere in between. Yeah, I would put it out on a scale instead of being sort of a binary 1 and 0. Splitter. Yeah, what is that? Because the tool that I looked up, and I noted this in we're talking about 2 different things, by the way. Part of the conversation is about pulling my voice out of the VODs, and the other one is the digital audio processing. It sounds like I'm looking at porn. Breaking changes. Splitter is a deezer. What did I just read? What was Splitter is a deezer? Is that like a chill? What is happening? What is that even? I think I just had a stroke. Source separation library with pre-trained models written in Python and uses TensorFlow. Maybe easy to train source separation model, assuming you have a data set of isolated sources and provides already trained state-of-the-art model. So vocals, I could use like the other half of the stream as source, maybe? 2 stems and 4 stem models. This sounds like I'd have to get really into it in order to use it, but I could cater this to my own tool. Audio is to be enjoyed, something reference is unenjoyable. I don't know, yeah. Yeah, and I'm wondering if that could pull my voice out of the VODs. Check a commercial version, Speeder Pro. Yeah, you can make acapellas. That's essentially the type of software that I would need, though. See, okay, part of my lamentations here is that, oh wait, we're still on this one. Part of my lamentation is that I would like to maybe one day monetize the VOD channel. And while some of the streams I'm using sources that are clean, like the stuff that I know is good, it's harder and harder to get around this stuff. But a lot of them have copyright infringements on them. These I can't edit because they're 6 and 9 hours long. Giggity. But I'm stealing the boom operator job. Yeah. So some of these have like music that I can't play. I actually have to use the bathroom, guys. I gotta jump. I don't know what it is about lunch, but hold on. I'm gonna put up a BRB and then we'll come back and we'll do the circuit stuff that I'm doing. Tool probably isn't designed for that kind of length. Yeah, that's the thing. And well, that's what the Google has put a perfect tool in there that's able to mute out the songs using its own copyrighted song as a reference, right? It's able to just cancel it out. And they have people that work on this kind of stuff. And the only problem I have with it is that I can't tell it to just do it. I have to do one at a time. The way they've made this tool is that I identify one song, or they identify one song, they tell me about it, and I say, hey, mute it, but keep my voice in there. And they go, oh yeah, we could do that. And so they take the whole 3, 4, 5 hour video and they process it again, and then they process it up to HD, and then they say, hey, there's still 7 other songs here. And I'm like, well, take this one and mute that one. And go, okay. And then it takes the whole video and it does the 3 minutes of work on it, and then it does 5 hours for it to actually republish the video. And I have to go, oh, the next one? Yeah, just do that again. And I have to keep going back into the video time and time again. I need to print out something that just says otherwise, and then I can say, I can do that joke. This says otherwise. Copyright trolls going and claiming copyright-free stuff from YouTube's library. These aren't, I mean, these are legit. I was playing metronomic live streams, so Superconductor original by Gregor Thresher and Peter Dundrov. Good song. They own it. I don't. So all of this is me complaining about being a greasy little weasel and using somebody else's stream for the intro music of mine. I'm not going to put up any music. I'm just going to put up a BRB and leave this up because I'm so scared of using audio frequencies these days. I'm also going to turn off chat while I'm not here. So let's put up setup, and I actually need to put in my overlays. I need to put a chat button in here. Oh, and I got dinged for this one. For this one. Is that the one with sound? I'm not sure. No, this was the one, unless there's a soundtrack in here. Oh yeah, there it is. So yeah, this one, that song, I played for 2 seconds and Google was like, hey, it's like, what the heck, man? Anyway, all right, I'm gonna do BRB. I'll be back in just a second here. I gotta use the bathroom. Actually, we'll train you guys on the rack over here. Oh, that's the wrong scene. Look at this one. You guys don't get any audio, unfortunately, because audio is illegal. I need to put that BRB in a different spot, though. Where's my BRB? Overlays. Where's that BRB? There it is. Put it like here. That'll do. Room reference audio. I was thinking about doing that. I mean, yes, there are paid services that I could use. I haven't looked into any of them. I know Djibouti Show used one for a little while. Milton was using one, but I don't know to what end. I don't know whether or not that's something that I should look at, if it's even worth paying, you know? There we go. Chat overlay is off, so you guys can't be little trolls. I'll be back in just a second. Oh my god, a fly just went by. Jesus Christ, what the fuck? Oh, that's why we have this thing. Where this? Whoa, Jesus! Oh, get away from me! Eat salt, bug. Where is it? Where is it? Where did it go? Where did it go? I'm loaded up with salt and I have to pee. I'm not taking any names, bug. There's like a big fucking fly just came in. Jesus Christ. I'm gonna go use the bathroom before I poop myself. This thing will just go down here. All right, all right. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. I'm back. Turning the system to the room with reference mic. What are you saying? Wait, I gotta read chat. Hold on. The game Tales of Berseria? Berseria. As soon as the starting movie comes out. I don't. Hold on a minute. I gotta read what's being said. Check any copyrights on here. Let's just filter it by copyright. I gotta make sure that I'm keeping an eye on this because sometimes they'll finish, like this one. I need to see the details. And 7 of 9, I've been trying to cut out of these. Some of them don't go anywhere. Francisco, Miami. Did I try that one? I feel like this one's been at 2 for a while. Let's delete all the 7 of 9s that we can and just see if it doesn't work. Because sometimes this doesn't work. But yeah, one song at a time. Monster Cat. There was another with the game Tales of Berseria, as soon as the starting movie comes on Twitch and Google only needs half a second to flag you. What? 0.5 of a second to flag. I don't know what those beginning were with the game Tales of Berseria. I don't know what that means. But yeah, there are paid services that I could use for music, I guess. And we could have a beginning track, or I could finish the synthesizer and actually make just ambient noises, which is probably where I want that to go. So there's an end in sight. It's just I need to exercise my building abilities in order to get there. All right, so let's get the beginning of this one soldered in. That's this trace right here. And it used to be on there. Here, if we go to the microscope. Oops, go to the microscope. Microscope. That would be, which one? It's all the way over on the other part of the board. It's not this part. It's the other one, which is right there. And you can see, when I broke it, this whole piece of trace came up. Although this one's soldered here. So wait, that means that I did repair it. Where's that one going? Well, it goes to, let's just make sure. Let's make sure it's there. Let's make sure it's there. So that one goes to, I need the MS Paint document. Here, that's still intact. And then it goes up and it goes to that pin right there, which is, that's the sync signal coming in. So go back to here and we check the other part of the board, which is under 1,000 wires. And we look at, what is that one? That would be the broken component, which on the other side of the board has the component on it. And then the sync comes in here and goes through that component and then over to the other side of the board. So that is, I did in fact get that one. So we don't need to repair. Okay, I thought I missed one. I just didn't mark it in my notes. See, I took a look at this thing on, what day was that? Yesterday. On Wednesday, I took a look at this, and I went, this isn't going to do it. I hate this. I'm going to redo it. So I used all the silicon jacketed wires that I have, these really 28 gauge silicon jacketed wires, and redid the bird's nest. And I think I did a good job, but it is a complete disaster. This is ready to test, save for a couple little modifications that we need to make. So I need to get the power supply on here, and I need to get the capacitors on here. And then we can test it with the O-scope and see what this thing does. That's what we're going to do. Give me these screws. You can go plant it for a little bit, solder. And we're going to have to tune the VCO. So it's going to be very similar to what we did with the 3340 VCOs. One little adjustment, jump to another frequency, one little adjustment. I'll probably have to hook up the power stuff over here, unless it already is. No, I unplugged it. I cleaned up a little. I need to do a big cleanup if Julian and Dave are going to be here, and I'm not sure if they will. Usually when somebody mentions sickness, that means that nobody's going to, everyone's going to be in a bad state, and everything will get canceled. See, like I wanted to hook up all the LEDs in the rack to respond to music using Artemis, but I can't do that if I can't play music. Never respond to my own monitor audio. All right, so I made this so that this goes up here like this, and hopefully we can get all of these wires sort of on their own way and out of the way is the important part. And there's no adjustments on the lower half, although I may need to probe stuff in the lower half, in which case I'll have to remove this again, but this was always going to be a huge, ridiculous mess. It probably would have behooved me, it probably would have been a good idea to bundle up the wires, kind of like I did with the ones that connect all the circuit traces, because that keeps them from getting in the way. If this filter works, I'll be pretty happy. I don't see any reason why it wouldn't work. I put all the right components in, solder them nicely enough. It's a through-hole board. Usually those don't complain much when you get those built. But then my cracking it in half also plays a part. Just tuck the wires in and never talk about them. There we go. Beautiful. Nobody'll know. Our shame. I got a splinter the other day. It was the worst. I was at the liquor store and I was picking up a box off of one of these little rolly carts that they had. The rolly cart had unfinished wood on the top. And so I went to pick up the thing and went like this and scraped my fingernail across the wood and got a massive splinter just right under my fingernail on the right side. It was ridiculous. I got it out, but it still hurts because there's a wound. There might even be a little bit of wood left over. I don't know. God, it's just every time I press on my middle finger on the right side, it just hurts. Okay, so two things that I still need on this circuit, and that's two 10 microfarad capacitors and the power plug. I was thinking I would drill holes to put it in, but I think we can just solder it flat up against the pins here, because the spacing of the power on a Eurorack system is just about the same as that plug. I've seen on some of the other modules that I have, they have the footprint for either the big Molex plug or the Eurorack power plug, and it just means that there's 4 pins or whatever. I think that's the way. Which one did that? Was it the 30? No, it wasn't the 3340. Was it this one? I can't see this one. Well, one of them has it. So I'm going to take inspiration from that and see if I can't use that. Okay, so I need capacitors. I have a big bin, and it's full of capacitors. And it's right over here, I think. It's right over here. Right over here. Is it? Yeah, here it is. Look at all these caps. So we need to find two 10-UFs that will tolerate, I would rather they be 50 volts, just to be safe. I don't want anything blowing up again. My bathroom break killed chat. Well, I assure you, what would have happened if I hadn't taken the bathroom break would have killed my channel. I would have been banned. So, was it worth it? Killing your chat? 10 microfarad. Yeah, let's try to stick to that. You guys are always on the spot, ready to set off that fart machine, huh? 47 off. Looking for a 10. 10 off. It's so much easier to find capacitors that are surface mount. 6.8. The capacitance value, since it's not being used as any kind of like a timer, this is just basically input protection, smoothing the input. Probably don't need to go to the exact value, but every time I substitute with these frickin' synthesizer circuits, something gets me. So 100 of 10 volts. That would have been a big mistake. 47. Where's the 10s at? 33. You could buy capacitors, but I didn't, you know, I've got a bin full of capacitors, so that fell on the floor. Damn it. It shot into my face and fell on the floor. 33. 220. I don't, maybe I don't have 10s. 1. Really? Maybe I do have 10s. 47. How big are these supposed to be? Like smaller than this one. This one's 100 off. There's probably no notes on the capacitors because I think they're just input filtering. Let's just check. Let's see what the caps are doing in the circuit. See, when they say as needed, I wonder what. Well, the decoupling caps probably won't do much, but where's my power input? This isn't a full schematic. I hate it when they do this. They cut out facets of it. I don't have power. The power input section is not detailed on this. So, unless, no, it's not that's not the one. That would be an integrator anyway. Oops. Nope. Nope. Yeah, they're not listed on here. They're not showing it. We could see what it does just by looking at the, you know, seeing the way that it is and how it do. So negative VE is right here. So it's just the decoupling between ground, which ground is coming in over here, and then positive. So I can replace these with larger values. These can be bigger. So I'll try to get something near 10, but if it ends up being like 100 and 100, that's fine. This means more protection for me. 33. So yeah, that's fine. 33 is perfectly fine. 3.3. No, unacceptable. Was this one of the special ones? See, the ones that are silvery, that's another 3.3. The ones that are sorry, gold. The gold ones, these are like nice. They're nice capacitors. A buddy of mine got me to fix his TV, because that's all you do when you're into electronics. You fix your friend's stuff. Here's another thing. Because of the capacitor plague, all the early 90s stuff that just died because the capacitors died. They go, oh, it works for 5 minutes and then it shuts off. Would you maybe be able to fix that? I know it's a weird problem. Like, I know what's wrong with it already. Like, you're kind of like, yeah, I can fix that. Yeah, just time and time again. I wonder if I should put that underneath. Nah. It's always a capacitor plague problem. And so a friend bought a kit to repair his TV, and the kit came with a whole bunch of high quality capacitors instead of just normal ones. So I put normal ones into his TV that he used for a couple years after that and got rid of, and saved the high quality capacitors for a high quality capacitor job. So I'll use them on audio stuff, or, you know, things that are nice. I don't use it on cheap stuff. Is chat not scrolling? No, chat's just dead. Chat's dead. I've lost my whole audience. Nobody watches Bother anymore, not after what he said. Even Bother doesn't know what he said. It's a big mystery. All right. So the way we're going to do the power is I want to use one of the shrouded power connectors and plug it in to a power cable so that I have a heat sink on it, and then we'll solder the pins down directly to the pads. Too busy to... You guys aren't obligated to chat. Listen. Listening to the Bothercast. I'm listening to this pathetic man whine about not having any viewers today. I shouldn't be doing that. I shouldn't do that. It's not a good look. It's like when you start streaming, you have to be able to just talk to yourself, because there's no activity, nobody's watching, it's just you, and you know it's just you, but you have to do it because you're going to be doing that for a long time until you find people who are willing to tolerate your machinations. Precisely. I really want to make a Ruiner mask. I need a breakthrough in some kind of tech in order to make a Ruiner mask. God, that would be a sweet cosplay. And then I could wear it to a convention and be like the fat Ruiner, and then I could meet the creator of the game and they'd be like, "Oh my God, you made a perfect rendition of this mask. You're like a god walking amongst men." And I'm like, "Yes, thank you. And I would like to use your music as my intro." And they'll be like, "Of course. Let me call up Joe YouTube and get him to not do the thing." I'll be like, "Thank you. Finally, the recognition that I'm looking for." Okay, I think all the circuit connections are made, so we're going to do the power. You know, I just blocked the power plug with... All right, let's get a power plug, a power socket, and a power plug. Plug a bug. Every time, I've almost worn her down, though, actually, to be honest. With Willow, when I say bug, she'll get a really serious look on her face, and she'll march directly up to me and be like, "Did you just say what I thought you just said?" I don't even know what I said. It just, for some reason, it triggers my dog, and so I say it a lot. Bug. I think I've worn that one out, though. You only get so many of those, but it's hilariously cute. She'll be doing whatever, and you go bug, and she looks directly at you, and the ears go straight up and point towards you. You're like, "What? What did I just say?" I said something terrible in dog language. I think it's the way that I do the G. Bug. G. Something about that. All right, there's a power plug, and then I've got a little bin that's full of all of the... There. There it is. Bug sounds like hug. And when I'm done doing her little training session after a walk, I say, "I'm going to give my puppy a big hug," and then she runs away. So it might just be an initiation of play that's making her do that. But she will march up and look me directly in the face. Maybe she thinks she's getting a treat. No, yeah, when I say, "Give me a big hug," she runs away from me because I used to grab her and invert her and pet her belly and then let her go for a big hug. I was like, "Oh, give me a big hug." So it's the opposite. It's the, I don't want nothing to do with that. You get away from me. This pump that we need to put into Burn the Subs. I thought we'd be working on Burn the Subs this week, but we didn't get around to it. Man, only 33 viewers. Jeez. I got like no viewers. What's going on today? Everybody's busy. Busy time of year. Everybody's shopping. 3D printing. All right, so this is how I do plus minus 12 volts. So we're going to need that in a minute. But first, hey, it's a purple cable. First, we need to solder this thing on there. Eurorack standardization means that you have plus 12 volts and minus 12 volts, and then all the pins in between are ground. And that's 2 pins, so plus, all ground, and then minus. I don't know why they did it that way, but somebody made that call. So minus 12 goes with the stripe. Everybody always talks about stripe. It's not the only way to identify pin 1 on one of these things. In fact, sometimes you cannot trust the stripe if the cable was built improperly. Stripe is just there to mark pin 1. There are other ways that these IDC cables mark pin 1. The way to trust is the arrow. There's always going to be an arrow on the plug. Now you could just memorize that when you have the tab and you're looking at the tab, it's to the left, but these, what's that? My team at work cannot make it a single day without mentioning Costco? Why is Costco as the, the Thanos of shopping centers? Have a financially unstable Christmas time. I always like, I hope you step on a Lego. There's also, I mean, this is also another feature that can tell you what your orientation is, but not every, some of these are designed completely differently from others. I mean, it might stand to reason that even the ones that are on this cable are designed differently. Now, this one has 2 of the little troughs. These are just idiot protection devices, and everybody knows that, you know, they'll just invent a better idiot. But for the most part, having a shrouded IDC connector keeps you from plugging it in backwards. Other strategies have been making the pins flippable, or in the case of, micro ornamentation and crimes. Everybody corrects me when I say micro crimes and ornamentation. Say, oh, it's actually the other way around. And it's like, shut up, nerd. But anyway, I have barely any space for all of the engineering knowledge that I have, and you're expecting me to learn how to say something that's completely new? Come on. Anyway, these cables and their numberings. The arrow is the best thing to follow. That will tell you where your pin 1 is all the time. Connectors are numbered differently from integrated circuits. Integrated circuits stem from vacuum tubes, and then they went to cans, and then they went to epoxy. With the vacuum tube, you have your pins circularly arranged around a glass tube, which is really frustrating. Why is there so much glass in my electronics? Because all this metal flexes and then it breaks the glass. Gotta be careful about that. So this thing right here is a supermatched transistor pair, which is an old way to make a very clean sine wave. But these cans derived from the vacuum tube, which had pins in a circular arrangement around a tube with a gap. And that gap told you where pin 1 was. Now, all these through-hole things is like, am I looking down at it or am I looking up through it? Which way have you oriented it? And then I always flip them in my head. My ADHD plays absolute fucking havoc with this hobby, or jobby, depending on your status. You look at like a data sheet for like one of these guys, one of these transistor packages, and invariably they will have an isometric view, the view I'm giving you guys right now, the three-dimensional side view, because they want you to know which end the pins are coming out of. The crappy data sheets will just have this D symbol and then tell you pin 1, 2, and 3, and you're like, what side am I looking at? Because that affects where your collector and drain are on the transistor. It is hilariously frustrating. Transistors are always cursed though. Like this thing, the symbol of the transistor would have your source on one side, your gate and drain on the other, but instead it does it this way. It does it so that the source is here, the drain is here, and the gate's over here. I think mostly they do that because the whatever pull up or pull down transistor or resistor that you want to put on this thing can be just put across these two pins. From a layout standpoint, it makes more sense. From a symbolic standpoint, it's absolute freaking confusing garbage that they shuffled the pins. But anyway, back to circuits, transistors, pinouts, and chips. So we moved chips to cans, where you have your little silicon chip in the middle, and you have little bonding wires that go radially out to each pin. These pins are 1, 2, 3. Well, these are splayed out into a square pattern, which is, I guess, just making the point that I want to make. There's a tab, and then you have pin 1, 2, 3, 4, just going anti-clockwise when looking down around that circumference. And that's how tubes did it for the longest time. Then we decided we like squares and we like epoxy. So we made little epoxy squares. Inside, in the middle of this, there will just be the chip, and these pins are just flat pieces of metal that go all the way into the center, and then there's little gold bonding wires in the middle that attach everything. We kept the method though. This tab becomes then a cutout on the front of the chip, or sometimes a 45-degree angle on one side, and then the numbering goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So pins 1 and pin 8 are across from each other. Then we get to connectors, and for some reason, I don't know if it was Satan himself or just some kind of a goblin, some kind of just an idiot demon, decided this is pin 1. We have a marking on pin 1. We have a notch. But then our pins go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And with the IDC cable, when you press this thing into the clamps, it does 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So it's in order. I guess that makes sense. It's just kind of mad that it's 1, 2, 3, 4, like that. You might expect it to go around like this, And then these are just like 1, 10, 2, 9. I don't know. Anyway. Have both sides handshake. That's getting very digital. Yeah, one of the big methods that I really appreciate is what Crimes and Ornamentation did. They said, instead of telling you where the stripe is, they just, either way, they don't care, because they put it into a rectifying diode. There's 12 volts and plus and minus 12 volts. That's plenty of voltage for your circuit to operate in. If you're losing like 0.7 of a volt going through a big rectifying, a full bridge rectifier, that's fine. It doesn't matter that much. You still have plenty of volts to do what you need to do. But yeah, I just think it's funny. Either way, it doesn't care. We still need to tune this module. I was hoping to get around to that at some point. But I need VCOs in order to make a synthesizer, and this thing has its own VCO. So I get 2 for 1. I get a cool filter, and I get something that can make all the wibbling waves. And it's also kind of old school. And it's a huge fucking mess, which is great. That's great. I love it. If I can get it to work, though. And again, I mean, I stare into the time machine at the inevitability of my future. There I am. It's the same beard. I trim mine better, but it's the same beard. I'm doomed. Okay, anyway. Back to my own analog torture. Tom Metcalf is a pretty funny guy. He does pretty funny jokes. And yeah, he's inevitably me. So I've got this whole thing wired up. Let's get this plug on. I'm not just gonna solder this down though. What I'll do is I'll plug it into where's the free one? There it is. I'll plug it into one so that I have a heatsink. Because this plastic, while it's pretty friendly to soldering, you know, I can throw this down onto the PCB and I can hold heat on these pins for an extended amount of time. Usually, sometimes you'll hold it for too long and the pins will just start to move. So in order to prevent that, if in fact I need to hold solder to this for a long time, I'm going to plug it in, and that way I don't have to worry too much about it moving around. So the stripe is negative, which means it goes this way. And then I'm going to solder it to the pins that are just underneath. And due to the footprints between this Molex and the IDC cable, they actually line up. The engineer, not just an engineer. Yeah, what did he say? It's EDN series for design engineers. Troubleshooting analog circuits. This is a good book. This is a good book. And you know, this guy, what's it, Tom Metcalf, right? No. Robert A. Pease is a funny dude. He writes a good book. I should actually refresh myself on that book though. All right, so I need to somehow get this solder down. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a big blob of solder on one of these and then use that to hold the other pins stable so that I can solder them. It's going to be a bunch of big solder blobs though. A bunch of big solder blobs. I'm going to do a bunch of electronics with they solder blobs out. It's going to be... All right, let's turn this thing on, and I probably should use the big solder for... Well, I'm trying to lighten the spool. The spool of the smaller solder is so heavy that sometimes when I pull on the spool, it'll sever. And I think I've lubed this thing up. I should make a version of this, but put ball bearings in it. God, why am I stuttering? I'm falling apart, chat. I'm falling apart at the seams. I'm losing it. I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm hoping the VOD channel can bring some people in, and maybe that's all I get out of the VOD channel is just a little bit more presence that will allow me to attract people to my stream instead of my weird goal of monetizing, wherein I've not really been serious about monetizing before that. Oh yeah, that's plus VE. All right, let me get these started, at least these two. Maybe that'll help. That would have been a cool part of USB-C, because USB-C negotiates for higher voltages. It would have been cool if USB-C was like, pin 1's over here. What they decided to do is just have symmetrical pins, have it reversible. solving the number one issue that most consumers have with USB is that they don't know how to plug stuff in. They're incapable of doing things correctly. Why did that? Ah, because that was molten for a very long time. I have to get closer in to see what I'm doing. I actually have to lean into the desk here so I can actually see that I'm soldering things properly and it's aligned. We're going to work on burn the subs next week. I'm going to make sure that we actually work on it because it's about time. Ah, damn it. Oh no, that still took. All right, now I don't want to unplug this because, well, first of all, it's completely out of alignment. I don't want to unplug it because I'll end up ripping up stuff. I want it to sit nice and steady. I'm melting I don't want to melt I'm going to end up melting it because I can't get to it otherwise. That's still crooked. Damn it. You can get to it from the underside and then align it. Yeah, maybe that'll work. There's the dog. He's barking at the door. Crap, what have I done? What? All the solder went... Ugh. Curse you, gravity! USB-O? Oh, you're trying to... That'd be kind of cool. Just plug it in however. It'll figure out what pin 1 is. Let it cook. Yeah, she's going psycho at the door. I don't know if that really means just we got mail. I think it's still crooked. Let me just check to see what this looks like. No, that'll be it. That's good. Okay, so how the hell... Maybe if I solder it from this side, it'll do better. Let's try that. I'll just dump a bunch of solder in all the openings there. I wish she would come down and hang out with me, though. Yesterday, when I was working on soldering the two halves of this board together, she actually did come and hang out. She was sleeping in the bed, in her little bed that I gave her. But she doesn't do that when I'm streaming, and I'm not being particularly loud. She just wants to be at the door more. All right, so that almost settled in on the pins, but it didn't quite. How do I force the issue? More solder? What the fuck is that? I just heard the weirdest noise come from my phone. Why did you just... What the fuck was that? Something made like a musical doo-doo-doo-doo. But I don't have any alerts going. Did you just restart? No. No, you've been running this whole time, right? My insulin pump is on this thing. What is going on there? Is it just more insulin active? Huh. I don't know what the hell. Oh, I'm gonna make an alert noise soon. Well, this is coming back down, so I think it's done giving me insulin. Oh, there we go. See, it scaled the graph a little bit. Why did that was really weird. Because I don't have anything over there that can make noises, unless the oscilloscope made the noise. Or if a speed, no, it was definitely something over here. It was like doo-doo-doo-doo. It was definitely my phone. It had to be my phone. But nothing is active on my phone. I don't have any alerts. Super weird. I'm weirded out by what I just heard. Unless there's some other piece of electronics that could potentially have made that noise, but it made one noise and then didn't make it again. So, what the fuck is going on? I'm really confused. It sounded like the beginning of a song, too. It wasn't the... No, it wasn't that thing. I don't know. I think I'm losing my mind. I'm losing my mind. All of my marbles. Gonna load it up with a big blob of solder and let it settle on the IDC pins below. Time-honored method. Is the IDC getting... It's not. I don't see the heat transferring through. I probably could have tinned the IDC connector pins. That might have helped. Hold heat there for long enough. All right, let's see if they soldered. Well, those are certainly big solder blobs, but they're not exactly going up onto the pins. So I guess I could just force the issue by applying heat locally. There we go. That's more like it. You want to see that sort of wet look. You want it to flow over the stuff and not just sit next to it. That's the important part about this solder, is soldering in general, is you got to have that moist appearance, and then that tells you that the solder connection has been made, and it is, it's a bit like getting it wet. Oh, what's that? Did you hear, were you able to hear that noise? Do. I don't know what it was. My phone has no alerts on it. So it wasn't like an alert that I forgot to turn off. Trying to get in here. Oh, there goes my dog again. There was a motion detected, so I think the male is here. She's pitching a fit. Yeah, it's going to look like crap, unfortunately. My soldering iron can't quite get in there without melting the edge a little bit. So we can get this to drop down. There's like a big blob of solder. I don't like the huge blob. I want slightly smaller blob here. So I can use gravity to kind of pull down the excess, if I can get it all hot at once. It doesn't look like I can. All right, whatever. I think it's in. I think it's there. So let me let this cool down a little bit, and then we can plug this thing in, see if it works at all. We got to read the note about testing. About tuning, rather. So I should be able to unplug this without any repercussions. It's a little weird and flimsy, but those is connected. Very well connected. Well, it should be all right. Thick and tick. I think I've put it together. So let's take a look at what we need to do now so that I can make this a viable addition to the synthesizer. Get all this stuff out of here. This is distracting. Keep thinking about making a ruiner mask. We're here for Bick and Tick. Okay, Bick and Tick. Bonk, bonk. Oh, that's just the picture. Bonk, bonk, bonk. So what does this thing do? Signal inputs, there's pad supplied, optional wiring for Bick and Tick to lower divisor output of the 40, sorry, the optional wiring for the Bick and Tick filter. The lower divisor outputs of the 4024 are selected via positions 2 to 5 of a rotary switch. Position 1 is the optional input to jack. The output of the switch is fed via a level pot to the second signal input on the PC. I don't know what any of that means. Position 2 to 5 of the rotary switch now provide 4 signals, 1 octave apart, to excite the filter when it is adjusted to be near resonance. What the fuck? Or if the filter is backed off, 4 octaves of square wave VCO output. There's also direct sawtooth and pulse outputs for the VCO. While LF356 op amps have been specified, anyone will do. Module will work on plus minus 12 volts if the 20K resistor is reduced to 14, which I did. So, not shown in the circuit diagram. The remaining divider are also available. They're not buffered. I know that's not suitable for connection to panel jacks, but they can be wired to a rotary switch followed by a level pot and fed back into the input of the filter of itself. You know, I could have put more channels. We only had, we used 1, 2, 3, and 4. I probably could have used all of them because my selector switch is like a really nice one. Where's the tuning of this thing, though? It's a very short write-up for this thing. Click here for an enlarged version. No, I don't need that. VCO section has been revamped based on the well-known, I don't know it, Electronotes ENS 76 VCO option 1, as used in ASM1 modules, etc. This core was an obvious choice due to the large amount of information, list suitable substitutes, blah, 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 blah. Okay, so the ASM1, I think I've had open for a little while. Open it up again. Boop. Very, very snappy web page. It definitely works really well. Okay. Hello? Hello, web page. I'm going to try again. Add gateway. We opened this up the other day. I think that's this one. Yeah, I've got it open here. I better not refresh this page. 76 VCOs produced here with permission for the Bernie Hutchins and Electronotes. Materials copyrighted, blah, 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 blah. VCO is much standard VCO with the exception that it's a linear FM input, which has been added because it's useful and easy to implement. The basic oscillator was given by Terry. Oh my God, so much credit going all over the place. This option is intended to give the greatest accuracy and range of any of the designs. We use a somewhat simpler exponential stage here. The heart of the design is really the analog devices AD818 NPN matched pair, which has been optimized by the manufacturer for log performance. I feel like I've been optimized for the same thing. A small amount of reset component compensation, R star, has been added with the design, but basically we rely on the matched pair to keep a high end up. Keep the high end up. I can read. See the full circuit description for more information. Circuit 10-volt signals through the wave shaping circuit, and it's trivial to bring these signals, although we have blah, 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 blah. Okay, general features. I think we tune this very much the same as the other VCO chip, that the 3340, where we take something to 0 volts and then we take it to like 6 volts and we check that the octaves are right. We'll be adjusting the trim pot. Here we go. Yeah, so what's going on here? RA and RB, which is the input to there, and then RA and RB. So what do we have on our circuit? This is the thing, like sometimes, that's funny that link doesn't work anymore. That's scary. I don't want to lose that web page. So what they've done down here, this section down here, is they've got RA and RB. I guess that's 56K. Well, that's the temperature compensating thing that I adjusted. I have different values there. So span is on one trim and then 0 trim is on the other. Okay, so we take this summing right here to 0, because this is where all of our control voltages go in, and they get summed together in order to influence the, influence the voltage over here that will bias the transistor and get it to produce a sine wave. So that's what we're looking for. So I'm going to plug into the sawtooth output and adjust that at 0 volts and then a high volt in order to get it to be correct. So I'm gonna have to Google these frequencies in order to figure this out. But now that I have this new oscilloscope, I know that I am in tune. The scope is more accurate than a lot of my other equipment. So I've got a nice, accurate thing to follow. Pretty nice, pretty cool, huh? So I need to get power hooked up, and we need to do our first power of this thing. And since I'm broadcasting this, I will not do the careful thing that I should do. The careful thing that I should do is setting a current limit on the power supply. When you first power something up, you are most susceptible to all of the little mistakes that you make when building an electronics kit. And those usually include parts that look like they're soldered or parts that have shorted to something. -12 is on the new clip. So that's -12. That's ground. This one's positive. double check over here. Instead of building the module testing module, I'm continuing to use all of the weird clip setups that I have. So yeah, the white wire is ground, and that one's at stripe. And then the middles are, sorry, negative, ground, positive. So, and then get this kind of out of the way as much as I can. And then this will be the voltage that we give this. This Agilent power supply is incredibly accurate. It's Agilent after all. So I can use it as my control voltage out of the 6-volt output. So I can go from 0 volts to 6 or 5 volts, and I can match the frequencies to the octaves and get this thing in tune. Ba-da-ba-ba-da. I feel like I should go and buy tuning screwdrivers. They're made different because of the way these potentiometers react when you plug a big metal rod into them. No, we'll just use a screwdriver. These are the scientific ones, or whatever they are, the multi-turn, like, accurate ones. And I think the worm gear is on the brass knob part, and the worm gear is plastic. And it makes a clicking noise when you get to the limit, when you push it to the limit. Limit, walk along the razor's edge. Yeah, my friends were playing, like, 80s and 90s, like, commercial rock during our LAN party. And I was like, guys, I can't take it anymore. We got to do something else. I can't just listen to Push It to the Limit over and over again. They're like, what? I love this music. And I'm like, dude, you guys didn't have the early 90s car rides with the soft rock station playing those same songs over and over again. I'm like, look, I've already had exposure therapy to all of this music. And while it is fun to listen to it again every now and then, it was utter torture to listen to it for so long. I'm like, I can't take the same sort of bland, go try your best, the world is against you kind of like lyrics over and over again. Oh, I have more solder paste over here. Yeah, the speaker project is over here too. The speaker project we need to do something with. I think we can either replicate the amplifier that was there, or I can use one of these other circuits that I bought that should control the amplifier and get us to the volume level that we expect. Oh, here they are. I was looking for my Y adapters just in case. I don't know if we'll need all that much in terms of wires. I might need the signal generator at some point to test the filter input, though. But I don't think I need the full spectrum of stuff. Okay, so only 30 people here. Man, am I losing it? Am I losing it? The YouTube channel having the opposite effect that I thought it did? No, it's that we're doing synthesizer stuff again, and it's getting old. As interesting as troubleshooting analog electronics really is, having to get into the very DNA of the device in order to troubleshoot it is getting annoying. I would really like to be able to build these things and have them work. We'll see if I did, if I met the magical requirements. But here's something that I want you guys to see. I promise we'll do something digital soon, all right? I promise. I want you guys to see this blisteringly powerful new piece of technology that I have. This oscilloscope. It's a very serious tool that engineers use to view signals over time. That may not sound like a lot on paper, but that is an extremely useful tool when troubleshooting stuff and when hacking stuff and when there's just 1,001 uses, and it's really good to have one. They're expensive. You don't want to buy a cheap oscilloscope because you don't get the capability of the nice ones. They're getting cheaper, but this thing was $700. That's a lot to spend on equipment. But this thing is like, it's like an appendage of my body. It's extremely important, and I don't know what I'd do without it. So, with this much technology, you get blisteringly fast boot times. Check this out. Ready? incredibly fast. Look at that. That was amazing. Why does it take so long? I guess they used Android. But at least with this scope, I can do... where is it? Where did it go? I can do this. And you guys can see, with decent timing, what's going on. That's pretty cool. Okay, so first time power up. I'm going to unplug this from the power supply. The one problem that I have with the Agilent power supply. Yeah, isn't that amazing? Problem I have with the Agilent power supply is that you have to turn on the output in order to adjust it. So first time power up scenarios, which we did a lot in one of my old jobs, a lot of times doing the first time power up, you can potentially forget to disconnect your output and blow up your whatever you're doing. You can just blow it up by bringing up the voltage. Now, if we were being careful, if I wasn't a streamer and an explosion has the potential to go viral, which it does, but I'm never going to force one. That's my promise to you guys, because forced shenanigans always look like forced shenanigans. They're never natural. So any blowing up of stuff and shenanigans are going to be strictly unforced on this stream. It's something called integrity. But what you would do if you did not have the potential to go viral and you weren't recording yourself and you didn't want to be embarrassed like a freaking clown in front of a circus, you would go lower voltage, watch the amount of current that goes out of this thing, and or limit the amount of current that this is capable of outputting. So if I want to go directly to 12 volts, I would go to 12 volts, but limit the current to 100 milliamps. And if it overdid that, I could either see if it very quickly died, or if it over time builds up the amount of current. It basically just a little protection just in case you short something out. I'm going to go full bore. We're going to go directly into 12 plus and minus 12 volts, 24 volt potential, and this thing can provide, I believe, 6 amps. So so we go to plus 25, turn the output on, bring it up to 12. Go to minus 25, bring it up to minus 12. Funny that the knob works in this direction. It's basically it's the same interface as the positive and the negative. I would expect them to flip the knob around for that. Never going to McDonald's again, was just forced to pick up all my change out of a black puddle at the drive-thru after they dropped it and claimed it was my fault. Holy shit. Flatulent Gonad has lore. We should move the scope. It's kind of in the way of chat. Well, where do I move it, though? Because this takes up way too much room, and then I can't see what I'm doing. So, yeah, it'll just be... I don't know. I don't know what works here. That's crazy, though. They didn't even give you, like, a squeegee in order to do that? McDonald's is always an adventure for me because the carbohydrate in it is there's so many carbs. And the onset of them is quick and basically sticks with you. I could have a lot more fun with overlays if I had the time to do all the art. I wish I had time to do all the art of the overlays around here. I've been doing a lot of like, I'm trying to make a frame for all my thumbnails to go on YouTube. Oh, I need to actually check up on YouTube. Let's do that before we do the first time power up. If you can't tell, I'm a little nervous about this power up because I put a lot of work into this yesterday to make this completely wired circuit. I sat here for about 5 hours just alone. I had Red Letter Media on the other computer, and I was just using the Nipex to strip the wires and connect thing to thing to thing. So this thing is awesome. I almost want to send one to Gonad. I've used this now for like 8 hours, sum total. I don't have a timer on it, but that's practically what I was doing. I like it. I like it a lot, actually. It's very comfortable. It's very intuitive. It's quick, and it always has the same result. So I'm really impressed with this thing. I expected to hate it because I hate all of the ones that do that pull back and then open, because you expect them to crush your wire when you let go of it. which it can do. But and also for anybody in chat who's going to buy one because of my glowing endorsement, I will never. That's not true. I will praise something incredibly shallowly if I like it and am paid to like it. I'm not paid to like this, so I actually very much like this wire stripper. But you can't use it vertically, because then the little end of wire that it pulls off falls into the trough right here, and it'll clog it up. I mean, you could just pull back on it and shake it, but I found doing it gangster style just drops the thing down and out. Yeah, it sounds like a terrible experience, though. And a puddle of McDonald's parking lot water is not a pleasant thing. So, hold on, I got to check on my YouTube stuff and see if, okay, there's more that we can process here. See details. Okay, it did remove the one that I didn't think it would. So mute that song, mute song only, continue, mute. I need a tool that I can plug these videos into. I see black shoes. God, ugh. Yeah, McDonald's parking lot water is probably not the best collection of substances. I mean, how much pocket change did you pay with, though? Continue, mute, sitting there counting pennies. Pence, sorry, pence. All right, that one's 4 hours. That means I can initiate. Oh, I gotta hit refresh, or else it slows down. Brits have $100 coins. What? Straight into the slurry, the parking lot slurry. Track 10, fondle, powers of 10. I try to, I really should have done this with a notepad. And actually, well, okay, so it doesn't benefit me in any way. If I was going to make like a personal mix of all the music that Metronomic Live played, this would be a great tool for identifying it all. I wish there was some kind of a history that I could access so I know what songs were there, and I could put together like a YouTube playlist of all these tracks that I like, because I like that music. It was good music. But yeah, this sucks though. I wish I could tell it to mute multiples. You're out here being a Karen to all these poor fast food workers that just want to get through their day. Throwing your change at them. Hit refresh. Wait for the page to load back. Boy, God, it plays this for less than what? Dropping your change? Every day they cry. Mute song. This is what I got to do. This is all I do. I said that I'm a machine that punches mute song buttons. That's all I do. I wish I could set up like a script to do this. That's all I'm doing is telling it to mute all these songs. But then every single song that it mutes, it then has to process the video all the way up to HD. Why? Why is this? Okay, all right. So this is the batch up until Christmas. I'm hoping to mute out all the ones up until Christmas. After that, I don't know what I want to do. If I install like a video editing tool, that's going to create a lot of data waste. And my drives are filling up. I might need to plug in like an external drive on this thing or use the file. I don't want to use the file server. File server has other files on it. Because these will sit on a decent hard drive for a long time. But I don't know what to do about these copyrights. And the question is, do I need to monetize or not? Would the dollar that I make from YouTube really help out? Or what if I pop off and there's a lot of people on YouTube watching my stream? Probably not going to happen. But if it does, at least I'll have the no copyright stuff in there to get my channel, fucking blasted into space. Because that'll happen to you. There's nobody watching on YouTube anyway. Stale bread from a sandwich place. Eesh. I mean, you can throw that in the toaster. You can throw it in the toaster. All right, bacon tick filter. First time power up. Let's see what happens. So I'm watching the current over here. You can see 0 volts, 0.027 amps. If I go to plus 25 or plus 12, I got 0 amps coming out of this thing, right? Turn it off, plug it in. This is the one that powers up, yeah. Plug it in. And since I am streaming and not doing this on my own, I take a big risk by powering it up initially and looking at the current. Almost no current. 0.052. Anything heating up on the board? No heat, no current. Okay, so that either means power's not going in, or I'm going to push down and kind of wiggle the power supply a little bit. Minus 25 or minus 12 is at the same amount of current. That's pretty hopeful, actually. That's pretty hopeful. That looks like it might be functioning. Now let's plug into the sawtooth output with one of my special super duper BNC adapters. These things paid for themselves. I mean, they were like 12 bucks, but whatever. So sawtooth. Cool, that definitely looks like a sawtooth. Oh, the plug fell out. Oh, it's because it's using these dog shit. Ah, here we go. Sawtooth. That's, wow, look at that sawtooth go. We want to be on channel 1. We're going to do scope mods tomorrow, by the way. We will be modifying my scope tomorrow. Bandwidth. Okay, so does this thing need something else? What about the sine output? Holy shit, these plugs need to be broken in. I'm not getting anything out of the sine output. All right. This wire seems to be poking out in a weird way. Tuck that in. Okay, so what I need to do is look at my control voltage summing and observe 0 volts on that line. Scope creep. Hey, don't you call me a creep. Let's see. In order to do that, I need a probe. Let's replace that with a probe. This one is the yellow, yeah. I like this scope. Oh, hey, make mistakes. How you doing? Am I creating the next generation of computers? No, I'm actually staring into a time-traveling lens of my future. Father of the future past. Yeah, Make Mistakes is around. This is Robert A. Pease. I'm actually, Make Mistakes, I'm actually uploading the YouTube, I'm uploading to YouTube. I'm putting all of my streams from 2021 up onto YouTube. And so I think your name is in there a couple times. It's before I had chat up on screen like I do now, and when all the sub windows were huge. But yeah, all that stuff is going up on the VOD channel, and hopefully it'll make me a little bit more popular. Our views have been like down by 20 people recently, so I'm making the push to actually get my digital presence up. Anyway, this is literally this is us. This guy is Robert A. Pease, and he makes a good book. He's a good author. All right, so. Oh yeah, I didn't have to initialize the scope this time. It actually just started working directly. It's nice. All right, so I need to observe this line here and make sure it's at 0 volts. Guy looks like you. Interesting wire. It's a joke. Yes, it's a joke setup. I need a ground. Where is a ground? I don't know. These are feedback lines, so if I were to have a ground, there's negative VE over there. And then, where's this wire going? Where is I need a reference here. I can't quite get in there to, maybe I can hook that with a little hook. Get a little hook. These don't hold on very well though. These are a little bit better. Get that in there, and then I get one of the more flexible wires on it. That's already connected to a hook. I guess I'll use this one. He's just like me. Okay, let's see. Without shooting sparks all over the place. And that already came off. See that? That's what I hate about some of these easy hooks. The wear and tear makes them hook less. They start to deform around the tip, and then the little hooks don't. Oh, thank you for the YouTube sub. Let's see if it tells me over here. Oh yeah, I told it to stop telling me about subs. I don't want to hear that. It's toxic. And it gives you expectations. All right. Hook. Give me a hook. Need a hook. Here's a hook. These are a little bit more consistent because they've got just a little hook on the end. Mostly for clipping to ICs, but they also work here. And that'll hold on a little bit better as I work with the circuit. Now we've got a ground reference. We can see what the effect of all the control voltages are. Nothing. Okay. Why is that part of the circuit dead? One would expect to see something there. I see nothing. Is it something I did? Okay, so I guess we can, what about negative VE? Is that going to read negative 12? Aha! Wait, no, yeah, it does. Okay, so that reads negative 12. All right, so we just need to run around our circuit and figure out what's going on, whether or not, and I really hope that I didn't make any mistakes on this, because I'm perfect. I don't make mistakes. I'm at 1x on the probe. These probes feel heavier than the old ones. Yeah, the on-screen O-scope is pretty cool, huh? I'm happy with this purchase. I really should be seeing a variety of voltages over here. I don't know why I'm not. This one is plus V, and it's not showing me anything. Oh, that might just be for that one adjustment. What about VEE over here? No, well, it's actually, that's way less than 12. What does it say it is? Is it giving me a voltage readout? No, I haven't turned that on. Waveform, ppm, etc. Let's go down to 5 volt per div instead of 10. Oops, that's time. Wait, what am I adjusting here? Okay, we're at 1 volt per div, and there we go. Get rolling scope going. And then let's check positive voltage over here. Oh yeah, that's off the screen. Whoops. A little bit more. Oh, I like the right-hand side. I like that it's giving me why is my trigger not moving? It gives me the actual voltages on the right. There. It was doing two when I adjusted it once. This is weird. Okay, so why is that 6 volts? We are at 12 volts. Why is that 6 volts? Is that me doing that? We should be at 12, and we're well below it. So what's going on here? Is it a bad connection? I don't think so. Let's test this then. I can't get in there. Oh, hold on. I need a clip. I need a clip. Here's one. Nope. Yeah, that'll do. That'll do. Shove that on the end here. Oh yeah, I've lost my ground reference. Whoops. keep messing this up. And then I need just like a pin for this thing. What's this? Here's one. So if I were to hook up to... Oh, was I using the wrong plug? No, I wasn't. No, maybe I was. This is the right one. This is ground. This is going to be 12, plus or minus. It is a wibbling line. Oh, maybe it's over here. Okay, there's negative 12. What, the scope is mesmerizing? There's positive 12. That reads at 12 volts. But when I plug it into here, I'm not reading it as 12 volts. What is happening? I guess this thing could be... But it would, the power supply would tell me if the voltage drops like that. So now we get the multimeter and we do a couple ohms tests before we proceed. Something is not quite... Ow! Something is not quite right. I just stabbed myself with my friggin' scope, the multimeter probes. They're very sharp. And that's not without reason. The reason I have super sharp probes is so that I can poke through the solder mask layer. Okay, so here in ohms, positive to ground. Nothing. In ohms, ground to negative. That's a good sign. Back to positive. I think maybe I'm not getting a good connection on the power cable itself. Although that looks pretty definitively connected. So, are my ferrite beads doing weird stuff? Got to double check that all these elements are connected to one another. It does look like I could do a little better on the solder for some of these. Let me just put a little flux on the pins and maybe that'll do it. Well, that's what we're testing. That's what we're looking for. No, we are looking for 12 volts because that's what the power supply is outputting. Now, the reason that I'm thinking it's the connector immediately is because the power supply is not reporting an overcurrent situation. The power supply is simply saying, I am outputting 12 volts, and I'm not getting 12 volts on the circuit. But the power supply isn't complaining about the 12 volts dropping, and I'm not getting 12 volts. So what happened? The only thing between where I tested and where the thing plugs in is the plug. So that's why I think it's the plug. That's the kind of, that breakdown of the logic that I just did right there is not something that my synthesizer friends have been doing when they use their synthesizers, and I need to get them to do that because I need to hear what all of the decisions are. Genesis Waffle. It's been like a couple weeks. This was my birthday present, which was in November. My 4,000th birthday. Ugh. I can't believe a friend of mine linked me to something like some discussion that we had on Facebook, and it was a 14-year-old conversation. I was like, oh my God. 14 years. 14 years is when we talked. There we go. Now I'm seeing the solder flow now that I put a little flux on it. Oh my God. Flux. I feel like it's not flowing onto that one pin. But that's not the only... Well, actually, that is where I'm supplying the grounds. Maybe that's the problem. See, the problem with the circuit... The best overlay. No, see, the power supply tells me how much current and what the voltage is at. It tells me all this information. It doesn't look like that middle pin is soldered, and that probably is what's going on. That's probably what's keeping me from getting power in, because that's where I'm supplying ground from the middle pin. So I think that is the problem. I need to just load up solder until it makes a connection in either direction. That looks like a dry pin. I think that's what the problem is. Here, check it out. That pin right there in the middle. Nothing. It's got nothing on it. I think that's where I'm supplying the ground from. That's why nothing is functioning. Because, I mean, it's partially functioning because you get rail-to-rail power, but it's not. I was getting weird voltages, half of the voltage, because my ground was connected to nothing. Because we don't have like strictly a normal Euro rack power going in. I just have pins that I put into this thing. So if I move the ground over a pin on the supply side, which one of y'all's ground? This one. Now it should work properly. Of course, that's a weird thing for me to have to remember, but all that heat from soldering. Same amount of current being drawn. Hard to see heat in the circuitry. Let's get channel 2. See if we've got anything coming out of this thing. All these circuits are all the same. I have to like go through atom by atom. Oh, that's looking big and tick. Hey, that looks like a sine. Well, sort of like a sine wave. Sort of like a sawtooth. Can't alter the frequency, though. Oh, I am altering the frequency. I just don't see it. There's bandwidth, although that crashed it. Oh, well, it was nice while it lasted. It's drawing less current now. Anything getting hot? I see warmth, not really heat. Although, what's this doing? One transistor is very angry. No, it's just warmth. It's not hot. Yeah, just warmth. What about the bottom? The bottom's doing stuff. Not getting too hot. So where did my sawtooth go? Like lower the frequency, lower the bandwidth. See what the filter out is. This is the overall filter output. Yeah, that's not doing anything. Okay. So this would be the pulse output? Yeah, PLO, pulse out. We had a pulse out for like 2 seconds and then it went away. What if I turn it off and on again? Boop, boop. Nah. You had everything. You threw it all away. I'm just like touching it. I'm just touching it to see if it'll do anything different. How did it work for 5 seconds and then die? Did we blow up a transistor? I mean, as evidenced by one of the transistors getting really, really hot. Was this supposed to be a different one? No, they're both BC5. Oh, BC547 and BC557. Aha! The smoking gun. So I need a BC547 and a BC557. And I got to see what I put in there and how are we going to get that thing out? Oh, God. That's the worst. Let me get my through-hole transistors out of the bin here. A spare Eurorack power supply. I don't need one. I got parts enough. The power supply that I put in the rack over there, Julian's old rack, power supply in there is good enough for 2 of these boxes. So I'm going to make a 4-pin cable that goes between the 2. And so my power supply is perfect. I do not need a Eurorack power supply. I'm good. I tend, as an electronics hobbyist and guru, I tend to accumulate things like that. Power supplies, principally, tend to accumulate here. I have more computer power supplies than I ever could want or need. And the power supplies that I have and use are fine. They're perfect. They're well above the station that they deserve. They're super duper nice. Where are those transistors? A bunch of through-hole transistors. Ah, here we go. Here it is. Okay, so we need to get a BC. We need to see which one's wrong, first of all. Hopefully it didn't take anything with it. You always need one more shitty 5-volt, 500 milliamp power supply with a jack that's wrong for everything. It's, yeah, well, sometimes. But I try to use stuff like that up because I'd rather buy something like a USB power supply. That's what this thing is running off of, by the way. Amazon accidentally sent me a $75 computer USB-C 3 point whatever, like really nice power brick, and I needed like instead of a dog toy. But I was like, man, this thing actually uses what do you call it? This thing uses USB-C power. It came with its own brick, but I'm like, I always put the nicest power supply that I have on my scope. So 70 power supplies. I would rather get and not spend the $75, but get stuff like that, like a decent USB power supply to power things. But again, I am completely inundated with power supplies. The scope that you're looking through right now is a Logitech Brio. Or are you talking about this scope? Or are you talking about the scope of the stream? I like the English language is very malleable. Yeah, I have a kick bin full of power supplies. Well, we got our saw wave very briefly until the one transistor blew up. That was when it abruptly stopped putting an output out, and I suspect that these are the wrong transistor. Yeah, there we go. So BC557, the one that got hot, is actually the correct one. This is supposed to be a 547, as indicated by the board. So BC557, even though this is the one that got hot, though, and this one didn't do anything. I don't know. I thought the one that got hot would be the one that would betray me. Oh, yeah, they're back here. If you want more information about the cameras that I'm using, I did a whole write-up of them for the VOD channel. The VOD channel, in the descriptions for the videos, I have a full dossier on what the stuff is. The scope that I'm using, the oscilloscope, is a Rigol DHO 914. I got the DHO because I want the logic sniffing capabilities. The $14 logic analyzer is such a good piece of equipment, but it would be nice to be able to pull logic stuff onto the scope one day. Every now and then we get a digital project that needs me to do stuff like that, so I figured this would be the better buy over the basic level scope, just to have that little bit of extra capability. I want my puppy to come downstairs. She hasn't done that in forever. YouTube is yet to see Willow. Maybe at some point I'll call her downstairs and actually get her to hang out a little bit. I'm going to try using the solder sucker to pull the pin out. I don't know if that'll work. It didn't. There's the pin right there. I'll get it from below. Dear God. I have to get in there to get the pin out. It's in the middle of the board. The middle of the board. Which one of y'all is it? Oh my God. Maybe I'll just push it through from the other. No, I can't do that. No. Iron's still on? Yeah. What do I do? Cut it a little too close. Let me try to get the other ones before we deal with that one. Pin extracted. Solder sucker on that. I got a couple follows today. Pretty good. Hopefully this is the only mistake on the whole board and everything will work perfectly, right? It'll be great. Because I did see pulse out and I did see a frequency. I don't know what these things do. These transistors. I think these aren't the ones responsible for. They might be part of the power stuff. I don't know. There you go. Got that one. This is the only one that I haven't gotten. No, these do something with the counting of the big and thick. I think. The supermatch transistor, I think, works because we saw I don't know how else to put it. We saw a saw out of this thing, so. And then the little edit that I did on the transistor, sorry, on the resistor value of both sides, that shouldn't have affected it. Will that pull the pin up? Oh, I think it did. Yeah, surface tension. Woo! Science, bitch. Woohoo! Go science. This is Star Trek. Where did my tweezers go? Yes, I saw it. I saw it. I can back him up. I can back him up. He's not lying. Well, bother never lies. I lie all the time, almost constantly. There's a weird mishmash of technologies here. I decided to use surface mount resistors and stuff. I really could have just used through hole, and it would have looked fine. Why am I doing this? No, use a solder sucker. It's cheaper. Solder sucker is ultimately cheaper. Desoldering braid, due to the cost of copper, has gotten a little bit ridiculous. Yeah, they really spread it out. This is using very old technology. I mean, I think the Bic and Tick filter probably goes back to the 70s. They took well advantage of not running a ground plane and all this other stuff that this filter does. It's an old design, and that's kind of the fun of it. This whole synthesizer project block was kicked off. I really need a scope button, don't I? I need to get at it quickly, too. Let's make a scope button real quick. Actually, no, that's fine. I need a chat on and off button, but we're just going to leave it alone right now. I need to get the Stream Deck XL in to work with my setup. That's what I need to do. And on top of that, I need to use whatever that thing is to send video signals over the network. If I could get video signals over the network, NDC or whatever, that would be really cool. I should look at buying a Raspberry Pi just to test that. I don't know if the older ones will do it. So we need a BC547. 549. 547. Okay, I'm glad the basic transistor kit has it. So what I had is an NPN in place of a PNP, or the other way around. I don't know which one it is. Gotta love these really, yeah, the dark mode scope. It's, yeah, coming from the other Rigol, which is sitting on the desk on the table behind me, having dark mode was, I hate to admit how much of my decision to buy this scope was based on the fact that they use black plastic on it. But this is a slick scope. This thing is awesome. I'm really looking forward to kind of getting into it a lot more. But having the touch screen, being able to poke the screen, and then also have all of my controls over here, it's got like a start menu. I can open up a start menu and I can drag it around, and that screen updates really quick. Oh, the Twitch encoder hates this. Whoa, what encoder is that? Oh, it's crunchy. It eventually figures it out, though. I'm loving this thing. It was not cheap, but you guys know me. I use a scope all the time. This thing barely gets a break. So, and while it's nice to have cheap tools, and sometimes that's a necessity, this is like a primary, like, it's one of the pillars of this stream. And especially when reverse engineering stuff, having that quick web interface allows me to bring you guys along with me on the ride. Strong with the dark, it's a dark sky scope. Dark scope side. I mean, like, at some point we'll put together that $30 scope kit. I don't believe you for 1 second, Gonad. I use this scope. It's like I said, it's like an appendage of my body. Yeah, I mean, if you barely ever use a scope, get a real cheap one, and they are only getting cheaper as time goes on. So you could get a little portable scope. I was looking at a little portable scope that also had what was it called? A frequency analyzer on it, which is a real nice tool to have if you're doing stuff with antennae, because you can do an SWR tuning of all of your antennae and make sure that everything is on the right frequencies. It's really cool. And I would love to do RF electronics with you guys. We just haven't had the projects for it. I don't believe you. I don't believe you. I think having a scope is a wonderful, I guess, I don't know. I don't know what you're doing over there. You're 3D printing a lot of stuff now, so. A 3D printer can, or a scope can help troubleshoot a 3D, I don't know, man. You've been in the cold with no jacket for so long. You think you don't need one. Some motherfuckers are always trying to ice skate uphill. Wesley, what Snipes? What does that mean? What you just said? Oh, I don't know. I just made it up. Oh, okay. Well, I want it in the movie. Apparently, when he said that line, he was like, it was like he was just joking, and the director was like, "No, it sounds cool. Say that." Some motherfuckers are always trying to ice skate uphill. What? Run that one by me again. It's one of those tools where you're like, how did I do without this thing? Scopes are great, but like any tool, you get a cheap one first, see if you use it enough. And if the cheap one is just fine, that's great. If you're running into the limitations of the cheap one a lot, and you find you use it until it breaks, then it's a good idea to spend money on it. But if you don't need, you know, $700 is no laughing matter. So that's the unfortunate part of it, is that good ones are not cheap. And again, scopes get utterly ridiculous. I've used scopes in my day that cost as much as a house of that day. I guess not a house of modern day, but yeah, scopes can get real pricey. They're crazy. If you think audio stuff is expensive, get into the world of professional electronics and cry. I need something around these wires. I would be tickled pink if that was the only mistake that this board has on it, is my transistor flipping. Let's find out. And the question is, did I blow up its buddy? Actually, we should replace the 547 while I'm here and while it's easy to do. Which one was it? The BC557 is the one in front. Okay, in front, as I say, this is both, it could be either direction. But yeah, this one got hot enough that I'm going to take it out. Portable hand tech. I have a little portable scope. I don't know where it went. It was a little cheapy one that has like a really bad screen. And I think I used it like once or twice to troubleshoot that big theater globe. But I don't have experience with the little portable ones. The one I wanted to get was a multifunction, and it was a little expensive. I don't know, man. Most professional electronics gear is like call for quote, and there are some resellers you would be shocked at the expense, what you can spend on these things. I have one of the ones Bother used to use. Don't do enough electronics to take full use of it. That was the Rigol 1054, and they sold it. Speakers that are $1 million. Oh my god. The world of professional anything is rife with that kind of stuff. But when you get into like company funded stuff, anyway, the Rigol 1054Z is a wonderful scope because they originally sold it at a price point of being a limited entry-level scope, and you can then hack it. You would just punch in a couple numbers from a website and unlock the full potential of that hardware. And then Rigol, being like, they just like didn't care. They were like, all right, fine, the hobbyists are hacking our scope. And that made them more popular with the basic consumer market. Now, keep in mind that these companies that make test equipment, they're really making it for like a big company that needs to like really do professional electronics work, right? So the capability, if you're gonna have that capability and have it behind a paywall, they'll just pay for it. And so Rigol will still make the same amount of money, mostly. It's just that people won't, you know, the consumer won't spend all that extra money on the special feature. And if they do, like if a company does it, they'll want it to be calibrated and, you know, be accurate. So all that calibration, all that stuff that the consumer doesn't care about is like a staple of the professional market. We just don't work on that level. There are, pieces of test equipment get really, really expensive out there because you have people like RF engineers doing crazy shit. Like telecom equipment is incredibly capable and expensive, and they'll sell like a couple of them for like hundreds of thousands of dollars, and it's like a nothing expenditure to like a company or a government. Cast in solid gold. Come on. Come on, audio people. What's your problem? Oh, these speakers don't sound like gold. They do it as just like a joke. Where my transistors go? Here they are. So we are a BC557, and I'm replacing it just because, it looked like it blew up. Got to double check. BC557. All right, get this thing in there. Let's get you in here, into my Bic tick. See what you do. See if you do what you do. Do what you say. Why do they do this? There you go. Punch it down. I'm soldering it from above. Where's my solder? All the way up here. I'm getting edged out of my desk. Here, we can look up secondhand test equipment in just a minute here. What's going on? Why isn't that cooperating? There we go. It still looks like crap. What's going on there? Oh, it's just the pad. All right. So oh wow, it's all crooked. All right, it's fine. It's whatever. I'm not going to worry about it. I'm not going to worry about it now. Used electronic test equipment. That's Transcat. Is it their test equipment? This is just like handheld stuff. A digital multimeter. Pretty basic thing, right? Keysight, Agilent, 3344. Pretty cool. $899 used. Keysight, 3548A. We might have had these at college. $9,000. That's just like a multimeter. Photonics and light wave equipment. Oh, God. Here, used electronic test. That's what we want. Snappy website. Very snappy website. Tektronix DSA 8300. Digital sampling analyzer oscilloscope. It's old. This is an old thing. $55,995. Yeah, an electronic swap meet is a much better place. The Keysight Agilent Precision LCR meter. This is similar to that little dinky piece of electronics that I bought, but you can measure your capacitors and inductors very, very accurately for $13,500. This is what I'm talking about. This is like beyond just your audio equipment. That bug is back. Damn it. That fly is making fun of me. MDO 3024, $5,000. This tastes like coffee. Why does this taste like coffee? Ugh. My water tastes like coffee. Yeah, this is not even, this is used old test equipment. Not obsolete, but old. Out of calibration. You'd have to send this to Tektronix to have them calibrated, or Keysight or whatever. $50,000 for a PSG analyzer signal generator from 100 kilohertz to 9 gigahertz. It's probably not any better than an HP from the late 70s that can create amazing waves. This stuff is nuts, and this is not new. So that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about with test equipment. It's crazy out there. $700 for this oscilloscope was a goddamn steal. Although I have to wait for a minute for it to power up. That's kind of crazy. Oh, here's a $100,000 Tektronix mixed signal oscope. $100,000. $93,995 if you'd like to split hairs. It is nuts out there. A LaCroix. Oh, LaCroix. Hint of lemon. HDO. Mixed signal O-scope. $30,000. $22,000. Do you think it comes with the probes? It's like one's broken and they're all missing the probe hats. Used, yes, used. This is used. Call for price. For Roden Schwartz is a very good company. But yeah, this call for price. Call for price. Storage battery systems. Look at battery acid tester. Wait a minute. MSO 4054 used. Call for price. That's not even. That shouldn't even be expensive. But yeah, test equipment's nuts. It's nuts. It's crazy. Who is this guy? Why does he look just like me? All right. Let me clip the ends of this thing, and then we'll get it back in here and test it again. See if I don't blow it up. Usually call for price means ridiculously high prices. $1 million. I know what I have. Ran when parked. I know what I got. OBO. But again, it's not us that's purchasing it. It's departments with budgets and stuff. It's not just, you know, one guy buying stuff. So we can pull up eBay and filter by sales and then add 10% to that. All right, let's see if we don't blow up another transistor. Yeah. I'm setting up an entire communications network at a power plant. Then I get to get that equipment. I'm a scientist that has like a government budget. Because that's what we would do. We would put down the test equipment that we wanted, and if budgets permitted, the bean counters would just send us like random equipment. Like we had I think $100,000, $200,000 logic analyzer just show up one day, and that's one of those things that had like the whole keyboard and everything on it. It's like, okay, we have this now. I watched that device collect dust for years before we actually had a use for it. I heard a collar. I'm gonna see if Will's around the corner. I don't think I have any treats for her though. I want this puppy to be on camera. He's so cute. No puppy. She must have gotten off the couch or something. No puppy around. She doesn't like coming down here when I'm streaming. Gotta have quality. We don't need quality equipment. We just need the functionality of like, is there a signal there or not? Julian even has this little oscilloscope thing that he uses in order to troubleshoot his modular synthesizer. So we don't, like as hobbyists, I will need to look at the frequencies and stuff like that. So I want to have a good calibrated piece of equipment. That's why I spent so much money on my scope. But in the grand scheme of the use of scopes in the electronics hobby would be like, I need to pause it on a digital signal and it just needs to display properly for me to figure out what the ones and zeros are. Or I need to know that this signal is there. Or maybe sometimes I'll need to tune something to a voltage, but not that accurately. So having a little cheapo digital oscilloscope is not that damning. But then to get into the big boy toys, you really need to spend a lot of money. That's where sort of the entry-level Rigels come in. They're wonderful scopes. You can't get them in dark mode. The entry-level one that I was going to get doesn't have a logic analyzer. It still probably has all this Android capability on it, though, which is pretty cool. Because you can actually control this from a web page. So if I had a circuit that I would want to be doing something, like for instance, when I was working at Aviom, which is an audio video input-output management. They don't do video, it's too complicated, but they do audio networking stuff. And when we were testing it, we had to make sure that these devices were rock solid because there were big names. Like basically, if your company gets mentioned by them in a bad way, that is an incredible amount of bad press because they have all of that visibility, right? So you're working on equipment for like professional musicians, right? We would attacks on gear. You can network your test equipment. There's very old systems for doing that, and that was to automate tests. So you could automate a test. But anyway, this audio video stuff, we had to make sure that these things were solid. So what we would do is we would hook up a scope to it overnight, and you would put it on infinite persistence. And so if anything happened to like your power line or whatever signal you're looking at, there would be blah, 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 all over the screen. But if it was solid, then you know that nothing happened overnight. If you wanted to do testing like that, you could hook this thing up and you could get into it with the local intranet. You could go set something up in the lab, go back to your desk, drink a cup of coffee, maybe take a poop, and you could then drop in on this thing. Pretty cool. I think it has RS-232. I don't know. Let's look at its butt. It's got HDMI, which I thought I would need, but I didn't. I hooked it up to Ethernet, and then that put a local internet site on it. Hogs out, a USB, HDMI, and then the USB-C for power. I think you might be able to hook that up to the computer. I don't know. It needs 12 volts, 4 amps, which I have in that good power supply. Well, no, see, listen, that's what we did. Saying it might be interesting to have it on a giant screen. That's what we did with this test equipment. The nicer Tektronix scopes that we had at the 3-letter agency technology center, we had a monitor that would sit on the shelf above, kind of like I have the monitors up here. I'd have a monitor sitting up here on this shelf, hooked up to this scope, so that I could lean in and do stuff, and somebody else could advise me or weigh in on what I was doing. They could see the scope output without having to breathe on my neck. It was very nice for personal space. Serial port on the board, but they don't break it out into a connector? Possibly. It could be. I mean, there's this whole nonsense here, too. I don't know if I need a special cable for that, or if I could just make one. I think there's like some connector in here is special. I need to read up on the scope's capabilities. Very nice. I'm very happy with this purchase. It's a very nice scope. But mostly this right here is the reason why I love this scope. That's been extremely useful. I'm only here to breathe on your neck. No, these coffee-mouthed, frickin' dumpy engineers who barely even know what deodorant is would come in there and violate your personal space. So it's like, here is a monitor. You view this from personal space away from me. Get out of my face. Okay, so we know that we've got 12 volts on this line. We don't know that it's getting totally to the board, but we now know that the transistors that will hopefully make our signals are the correct ones. So, kid named personal space. Let's get this plugged into a sawtooth output. Bada bing. And then let's get this plugged into power, which is not outputting right now. And then let's turn on power. Mostly I'm kind of hopeful about this thing because things seem to be functioning okay. I'm just wondering if the substitution for the thermal resistor is okay. The smell of tobacco, or you mean the smell of cigarettes or cigars or loose tobacco? Those do have different smells until you run out of smelling ability. Ah, wonderful. That doesn't look much like a sawtooth to me. Not a sawtooth. All three depends on which one. Hate them all. Okay, look at heat. Anybody too hot? Too warm, I say. Well, this one's heating up again. By heating up, I mean barely getting warm. It's not really, whoa, why is there big bubbles going into my cooling system over there? What's that about? I guess it's kind of cold in here, but why is there, huh? Hold on, let's turn this off. I want to take a look at the water cooling system over here that I've neglected for quite some time. All I've been doing is topping it off, but there's a booble in there. I don't even know how I'd get that out. What are you doing in there, booble? Got to do that so you guys can see the stuff going on over here. Okay, what's going on here? Why do you suddenly have a bubble? I wonder if this thing got hot enough to really ramp up the... Well, let me top this off while I'm over here. Let me get my top off kit. I feel like I'm constantly topping these things off. I don't know where the bubbles are coming from. The boo bells! I do wish, I wish I could put this at a little bit of an angle so that this would be the highest point. I could fill up this part. Because all that's doing is creating like a little terrarium. Oh yeah, it sucked in a bit of air there. Whoa. Okay. It's a bub, little bub. Well, that's the rest of my giant basing syringe. One of these days, if Julian and Dave are not coming here, we'll do scope improvements tomorrow. And then if they're not coming, I'm not going to stream on Saturday. So if there is a stream, Julian and Dave will be here. If I'm not, that means I should clean up all of this stuff over here and get the third monitor on there. Nice rack. Thank you. I grew it myself. There's some stuff that I still need to do to the rack. I should probably drop the handles on the front of this so I could move everything forward a little bit, and then I can put the back panel on this. I can cut a big 200mm fan into the back panel. Racing games with chat on Saturday. That would be kind of cool too. That's a lot of setup though. But it would justify my purchase of a mixer, which cost as much as the scope. That was another big purchase that I did a little while ago. Yeah, I do. I really want to do. What is the one with Peugeot, whatever, the My Summer Car? Yeah, BeamNG in Peugeot, whatever. My Summer Car's town. Peugeot. All right. So we're not getting a wave anymore, and that was the same result as before. So heat isn't really being our ally here. One of the transistors is heating up quite a bit. I guess I should look at what is connected to that one transistor. BeamNG survive? Huh? What does that mean? I've seen a lot of cool stuff in BeamNG. I need to install it, and I need to vet it out a little bit first so I know what's going on. I should just have that as an overlay. Let's see. Okay. The dual joystick setup is something that I want to get back to because I can make that work. It's the only reason I had some of the teensies that I had, and that was so many years ago. Okay, so what are we doing here? Right now, we have a lot of heat on the BC557 and the BC547. That's a different one. Well, this one says both of them are BC547. So where's the 557? Those are the LM394, the supermatched pair. Here we go. 547 and 557. They are plus and minus 7 volt regulators. BeamNP. BeamNP is multiplayer mod. Yeah, it would be kind of cool to do that, but every time I've let chat play a game with me, it's utter nonsense. The last time I did that, somebody jumped into our Discord voice chat and said the N-word repeatedly. So I'm a little reluctant. You guys will see me playing games. I don't think... I mean, I would like to socially game a little bit more. That would be nice. Oh, you gotta join the Discord for the MP. Okay. Yeah, moderated Beam server. I need to play it. I need to play it. I need to have like chill out time with the wheel, get it all tuned up and everything. Because right now, the way that I've been using the wheel is just for my summer car. If you guys don't know, I built a force feedback steering wheel with a 2 horsepower servo motor, a 3-phase industrial servo motor. Cool thing about industrial parts, especially like high-tech factory parts, is they have a maintenance schedule, because it costs way more for your thing to break than just following a maintenance schedule to replace something. And that old part ends up on a shelf. And that shelf magically forms a portal to somebody's house. And then that property is then theirs, and they sell it on eBay. And so you can get some pretty hardcore industrial parts on eBay for cheap. Or at least you used to be able to. When I bought the wheel, it was like 9 years ago or something. And no pandemic happened, and no price crunch on it. Every single facet of human existence happened. So I was able to get this hardcore servo motor for 150 bucks. And then you pop the encoder off of the back, and a replacement encoder that you can then use, because it's proprietary Mitsubishi stuff, which is probably why it was so cheap. It's like, oh, it's useless without an encoder. Well, you pop the encoder off, because it's literally just like a CD-ROM with marks on it, and you can put on your own Canadian-made CUI incorporated capacitive recorder. It's got the same bolt pattern. So you put that on there, and then you hook it all up to your force feedback, open source force feedback steering wheel system. Bob's your uncle. You got a really powerful wheel. I actually put a Mercedes steering wheel on it. So it's got a real steering wheel, real leather luxury steering wheel, because I want to drive a luxury car. I want my BMW to be my controller in a game, because I'm so used to how everything functions in it. It's awesome. Optical encoders. Yeah, it's I looked up the optical encoder, and the little bastard of an encoder on eBay sells for 300 bucks, or maybe sold once for $300. Not sure. Crazy stuff. Okay, so I'm looking for a plus minus 7 volt signal. Yeah, cheaper to buy a new Mercedes than deal with maintenance. High mileage maintenance on luxury cars is pretty tough. BMW has a 100,000 mile maintenance that if you ignore, the car becomes dog shit. And if you do it, it costs a lot, but your car is like new afterwards. It's replacing a lot of the under rubber stuff. We did that on my car, and my car drives like a new car. Kind of amazing. Yeah, maybe it is just a European car thing, but it really does refresh the car. Like, you may be like, that's hundreds of dollars in parts, and if you get the good parts, it actually lasts. It's one of those things, like, to save money, you need to be rich. That's one of those things where you buy the bad boots and they go bad faster than the good boots. And so it ends up being less expensive to buy the good boots, but you can't afford them. I deal with that all the time. All my friends here are yuppie pieces of shit, and they all buy all the nice stuff. So when I buy a car from one of them, it's in great shape, but it's kind of amazing what you can do. But anyway, so there's like, I bought a real steering wheel for the car. I bought real pedals from the same type of car, and I've got all that stuff functioning as a force feedback steering wheel. Typically, I have played my summer car in it because it's actually kind of a very chill game to drive around in. It's got wonderful dynamics on the vehicles, and I've turned off the force feedback for the most part in order to use the steering wheel controller as just a controller. But I've got all this time and effort put into the force feedback. I need to find a game where I can drive around and be chill. That's not Euro Truck Simulator, because I don't like that game. It's not good. I need to find a chill game that has good driving dynamics and that I can chill out and just drive around and have fun in. And Flatulent Gonad, bless his heart, sold me for like a half an hour, was selling me on this game. Yeah. And I do think it is a good choice. So I do need to install BeamNG. I own it. I'm at a stage in my life. Chad, I'm so old. I'm at a stage in my life where I buy the games and I just don't play them. Yeah. It's just one of those things. It's just one of those days. Okay, let's get power onto this thing and see where the heat is being generated. Car physics is the best. I saw some of the crashes and some of the like slew mode stuff that Gonad was doing. It's pretty funny. Something that happened to me in Wreckfest. There's a one map, and I was in like the three-wheel car. Everybody else is in scary trucks, and I was at the bottom of a jump, and all of a sudden, two people, and it was three mares and what's his face, monkey. They were side by side in their giant scary trucks. Went over the jump and crushed my car into a pancake. It was really like a pancake afterwards. I don't know. There's a clip of it somewhere on the internet, but that's literally what Gonad showed me. He took his car up to like low Earth orbit and let it fall down and become flat. Yeah, Wreckfest was a lot of fun. Wreckfest did not do so well with the wheel. We had a stream, and I hope that's I have it on a hard drive somewhere, but I don't think it was. I think it was before 2021. I think it was before. If it wasn't, then I have that Wreckfest stream with Louis from Djibouti Show, and he was an absolute riot. I hope I can put that up because that was fun as hell. We were playing with controllers, and the like steering wheel controllers. The people without steering wheel controllers were much faster than us because you can go lock to lock on the steering wheel just doing this, whereas I'm doing the the Snoop Dogg, that thing, that. Wait, just before the huh? Why is that getting so hot? Why is one of my regulators getting hot? That means that the BC557, the negative 7 volts, is getting really hot. It's 120 gigs now? Yeah, I did a clean out of games. That's why I have lamentations about the not playing games. I just need to find time for gaming, and all of my spare time is spent trying to keep up on these projects so that my stream can be fresh, and so that we don't have 75 streams of me building a modular synthesizer. That already happened, unfortunately. Diablo 4. I heard that Baldur's Gate was a good game, and as a fan of D&D who doesn't ever get to play D&D, I would have loved to have enjoyed that game. But again, it's another time commitment that I'm like, I could do that, or I could get ahead on my project that I need to have so that stream doesn't think I'm a lazy fucko. I get shit from you guys when I don't do stuff. And while I try to, I should ignore it, and I try to, it just still gets to you. It like instantly gets to you. Why am I registering a bunch of heat down here? That looks like a very angry component right there. We got some angry components sitting around this board. And for some reason, this thing just randomly stopped working. I think next LAN party, and again, this is why into adulthood, you should get a couple friends that you can tolerate for a whole day and get together and do LAN parties. Because honestly, like, having a day blocked off to play games has kept me playing games and enjoying myself. It's not like you need to play games, right? You don't need to. You can be a perfectly functional member of society. You can touch grass constantly. I would like to play games. See, that's my thing. I would like to. And having the LAN party block off a set of time when we are going to play games, that's been very nice. Yeah, we might do Lethal Company next LAN party. I should suggest that. From the perspective of somebody watching somebody else stream it, it looked like another Phasmophobia, and I wasn't too jazzed about Phasmophobia. It looked like a very fun game to play. It wasn't fun to watch, and so I was getting a lot of those vibes from it. But I think maybe just playing it with my friends might be fun. One of the legs of the BC557. Okay, so the collector emitter, which end is that? Is ground. Which one of y'all is ground? Either this one or this one. Oh, they have the symbol drawn on it. Never mind. Which pin is that? That's the BC557. The BC557. God, that's hard to reconcile because it's flipped. The 557, this leg is ground. This one right here. Fred and I still do LAN on a regular basis. It's all about time management. Yeah. Christmas lights won't come down next year. From now on, they'll stay up. Oh, does it use mic activity? Yeah, and that's the other thing, is that we'd be doing it at a LAN party, so we wouldn't really necessarily get that the voice, the proxy voice. What the fuck? Why is that sparking? That is above negative 15 volts. That doesn't make no sense. That ain't make no sense. I'm only putting 12 volts into this thing. Well, it doesn't really have a reference either. Yeah, see, that's at a big negative over there. What the fuck? What are you doing? What are you doing, man? What the fuck? What? Wait, what the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? What's our coupling on the probe? My channel 1 menu, or do I use, oh yeah, we open up the menu like that. Oh my god, there's so many options. Probe, no ground. Coupling, DC. Yeah, that's what we want. We're not ground coupled. Not inverted or anything. Just nice stock scope action. How is this thing making such a... Take a break from lights. Okay, so ground... Why did I get a spark when I connected to that part of the thing? How horrible is this? So part of these circuits is that I don't know what I'm doing. I've never worked with these before, so I don't know what voltages should be where. I'm getting weird noises when I connect that. Negative 15 volts. What the hell? Is that like an offset thing? That one looks like it's at negative 7, which is where it should be. So then this one would be at positive 7. That looks like 7 volts. Why was that at like 15? It's really weird. What is going on there? We're not getting any signal output. That's the other thing. Now, if I can adjust some of these here, I have 2 potentiometers, 2 like little science-y adjusty potentiometers, and those adjust the 0 trim of the CV input. And what's the other one do? Where's the adjustment? Oh, the span. The span and 0. Now let's see, I need to get a probe on this. See, the problem is I'm not seeing anything happening with this CV. Yeah, nothing's doing. What kind of ARG effects do you have? There's one of the pots backwards. Well, that doesn't happen. These can't backwards. You can't backwards the pots. I mean, it might adjust backwards. Like if I adjust the frequency here, this should be changing the CV input summer. Hot girl summer. Hot CV input summer. Oh, it is. Oh, it is. Okay. Oh, that is the job. Okay. All right. Hold on. I've given it a bad rap. Let's take you to 0, like Captain Planet. And I need a higher resolution voltage on this thing. I need to put in a monitor. How do I do that? Measure, menu, measure. And let's do vamp. No. Source channel 1, vertical voltage, V min, V peak to peak, V top, V base, V amp, V mid. My scope calling me mid. I just need like the voltage. I just need the VUPR. I just need to know what it is. It seems like that might already be on the screen. That takes up a lot of screen space, doesn't it? VUPR. Let's just look at VUPR. My VUPI. Digital VUPI. Measuring it right there. Getting a good connection. Moving the knob. Moving the knob. Moving the knob. Well, now it's not doing anything. Wait, where was that test point that I had that was so good? Yeah, there we go. Oh, I need to do this, and then it'll tell me what the upper is. Yeah, that's not very functional. You can also have it like monitor for voltages. It's pretty cool. You could have like a condition that it would meet. What am I doing here? RMS, overshoot, not a horizontal. Rise and fall time, slew rate. I just need like basic information about what it's reading. You do like a V average, but that's not really going to give me like a voltage. Oh, I think the wiper pin's always in the middle of those. Pretty sure. That would be crazy if that was the case, because yeah, that's a weird. That'd be super weird. All right, how do I get rid of this? There we go. So we got that back. And this one's a 5 volt per div. What I need is, what is D and T up here? H, norm, 100 MPTS. I'm looking to see if it's like anywhere on the screen. There's an LA button on this. I really do not want to activate LA. The last thing any of us need. So, okay, I'm not finding, it's just me not knowing how to use this scope. Yeah, that sounds like torture if your voltage isn't quite what you think. I think I just don't know how to use it, and I think there's probably a way for me to activate. This thing needs to be at more of an angle. I guess I don't have control over that. I only have control of that. Digital, that one's that. So I just want whatever voltage you're getting on channel 1 at whatever time. Okay, that's how I collapsed that one. Stop running default. I'm using the measure menu, and I need to see this hitting 0 volts. If I do a V average, I guess that'll tell me it. But it seems like the digital and AC, the ACs are waves. So I need a V base or a VPP. I mean, VPP would probably give it to me too. Vmax seems a little bit more. Let's do VPP and see if that gives us the proper millivolt values that I need. So I need to take this to 0. You know, it took 7 years for my life. Nobody wants that. I mean, I can see the thing moving, but my numbers aren't getting any better. It's not giving me like by the minute. Yeah, it just kind of shuts down there. It doesn't go positive, which is a little odd. So is that something wrong with one of the regulators? Look at that. See, I can get it to move, but it won't go above 0 volts. It'll stay in the negatives. Huh. And of course, we're still not getting any frequency output out of this thing. Turn the bandwidth around, see if anything's happening there. No. Turn this off of the external filter. This guy. Nada. We got us triangle wave for just a little bit. Ah, it's so annoying. So the CV at 0, I mean, we should be getting like a C0 note, right? Or a C1. What we're getting is a lot of heat on a lot of these different areas. There's a lot of heat over here too, but not in this transistor. It's all the way over here. Now the op amps just get hot. That's just what they do. But the transistor getting hot is concerning me. So I can look at those voltages in reference to ground, see how accurate they are. That's peak to peak. No wonder I was getting shitty. You know what? I'm very dumb. I'm very dumb. None of these are like the voltage, huh? Wait, get out of there. Let's turn off 2. Well, actually, no, I'm going to keep 2 on just in case something happens. But maybe analyze. DMV. DVM? Digital voltage meter? There it is, channel 1. Okay, there we go. So there is a voltage meter on the thing. I found it. Problem. Yeah, that's usually the case. That's sort of what we deal with here quite a bit. But problem exists between computer and keyboard. That doesn't strike me as 40 milli. Oh, it's mode AC RMS. Channel 1 DC. Upper 1 volt. Hit enter. Okay. It was in the middle of the page. Weird. Why is okay in the middle of the page? Why do I have to give it a limit? Beeper's off. Beeper will always stay off. Oh, I see. You can have it beep when it goes out of the limits. Oh, that's cool. That's a cool little pass-fail that I don't need. -4, -7. There we go. So -7.7. So that is an appropriate voltage. That is actually an appropriate voltage. Give it a second to update. It should update faster than this. 6.9 is close enough to 7 volts. -300 volts. Why is this -14 volts when I do, -16 when I don't even have access to that voltage in here? 21 millivolts. -5. I wish I had notes for what the voltages should be running around this board. -8. Circuit, do you want to tell me what's going on, please? Can you just like give me an indicator? -58 millivolts. I feel like somebody's not getting power. I feel like the negative isn't. No, well, okay. So since modular synthesizers have been around for a long time, and there are as many standards as there are people using them. Generally considering, and the synthesizer that I built, you have you have 15 volts going into the power supply, and then 12 volts plus and minus coming out of it. Getting a -15 is weird. Maybe they're altering the reference point into the positive. So where 0 volts is supposed to be has shifted up positively a little bit. So if your 0 volts is at perhaps +7, then measuring that against -12, you get -19. So that's probably what's going on here, is that I am measuring it against a 0 that is for some reason shifted upwards a little bit. And maybe that's what we need to be looking at. So if I had a 3 volt, a positive 3 volt signal on my ground, as my reference to ground, then measuring negative 12 would look insane. So it might just be that something needs to be adjusted. I don't know what. And I'm wondering if, because I doubled this and I doubled this, but that would have the same voltage effect here. So I don't know if that kills it or not. I don't know what that does. Maybe that's part of the problem. But that's the CVs coming in, and then that goes into the oscillator. We saw it work. We saw it work. And it could possibly be that, you know, one of my soldered connections is acting up. We almost saw this thing functioning though. That's what I'm wondering about. What if I turn it to, well, it's on its internal signal right now. Should be. Turn it there. Wiggle the knob. I was hoping this thing would just like work the first time, but now we're into hardcore analog troubleshooting. And I kind of knew we'd get here, but I didn't know it would be so immediately. I was hoping to get, you know, catch a little bit of slack on one of these circuits once, maybe. Nope. and I hooked everything up the way that it said to on the web page. It's very accurately hooked up. And I know because I did it twice. Once it disorganized, and the next time in a very organized way. There's a lot of PEBCAC going around now. 1.7 volt, 2.1. So this would be the 0 adjust. I wonder if I adjust this to 0, if I get a prize. If my dad will finally love me. You know, that was a negative 2 volt. Maybe that explains the 15. That'd be weird if that was, you know, right on the money. My explanation of why I would see negative 15 volts. Let's adjust this to as close to 0 as we can get. It also bugs me that this doesn't tell me negative. It only tells me the positive voltage, even if I swing. Oh, no, it does. Never mind. I'm dumb. I'm dumb. Dad, I'm dumb. This thing is way more accurate than my B&K precision, which is frightening. It was reading microvolts. It flipped to microvolts. There's microvolts. We can get this very well tuned. Although I'll breathe on it and then it'll drift due to temperature. TXCOs are temperature compensated oscillators. Those are what these people should be using in their circuits. Instead, they decided to break out the oscillator into transistors. They decided to use transistors as oscillators. And, you know, perhaps the RF circuits did not exist at the time to have temperature compensated. I can't communicate to you guys how little movement it takes to adjust that number around. That's crazy. Well, now we know that it's tuned as great as we can. Those are the ones in their own little oven. They have their own, it's like a little house. Yeah, they have their little, but what they should be doing is taking that and then dividing and dividing and dividing it, like scaling it down. Like here. Where are we? Temperature compensated crystal oscillator. It's a basic part. One of the most common types of crystal oscillators is generally used for network engineer designs, such as GPS, wireless, SONET, fiber channel, etc. Things that are high frequency that will, when the temperature shifts the frequency, will get completely out of tune. The mini nuclear clock sold in PCI. No, this is not high technology. This is a very simple thing. When we go to shopping, it'll just have like $1, like a $1 component. These are ridiculous. I don't know what the hell those things are. TCXO products, like it's just like here, DigiKey. Temperature compensated XO. It's just a crystal oscillator. It just has an extra element of being temperature compensated. And these things are, yeah, $1.54, 95 cents. They're sometimes kind of big, but these are like surface mount ones. They just figured out how to make the stuff compensate properly. Multi-volt capability, 1.7 to 3 volts, blah, 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 blah. What is the lowest? You would have to divide the timing by a lot, but like, and yeah, it's just I don't know. They just do something differently in the silicon and make it temperature compensating, and so your wave will be incredibly accurate all the time. Although the way that they're doing it mostly is by they use microcontrollers and stuff now, and then there are also specific ASICs that'll do things like even one of the VCO that we made, the 3340, had a chip that a guy made and designed specifically to do synthesizer stuff. Pretty cool. Why don't you work though? We've adjusted our 0 point. That's the first thing we've done. So now we know that our CV input is at 0, and so we should be making a C note. Instead, we are making the beep that is emitted when somebody dies on a heart monitor. So why is that happening? Now this one is the frequency, I think bandwidth or something like that. I don't know where this one's supposed to be. Well, that doesn't appear to be doing anything. All right, that scared me. Who did that? Damn you, Gonad. Why did my heart jump? You give me a heart attack, then I join the heart attack club. Yeah, see, like that's not adjusting anything on the center pin. I should see something happening there. I think part of that part of the circuit is broken. All right, start at the beginning. A 4080 what? What is that? What's a 4080? I don't know what that is. Start on one side of the circuit and work our way over. So we know that there's 0 volts going in there. Span is the other trim pot that I have. Oh, an NVIDIA 4080. You can get those PCIe things. I thought those were like research equipment. This should be getting feedback from its own filter. We trimmed to 0, so we're at 0 in spite of the knobs adjusting the position. So maybe our 0 point is, as long as I don't touch the knobs, our 0 is going to remain 0. But let's see, 15K to ground there, pin 7 feedback on that. That should be, I don't know if that should be at 0. And then what do we have on the other end of the thermally coupled ground, and then whatever's going into the supermatched transistor pair, which is where our waves should be coming from, going to. So let's check one end. Cool. Let's check the other end. Hello? Hello? Don't tell me my supermatched transistors what's wrong. So the other end of this device is pin 8. So it's this one over here. And this should be a wave. It's not. Looks like by touching it, I'm affecting it a little bit. It's also not at 0. Wait, when I touch something up here, it kind of jumped a little bit. So I suspect that this stuff is what's wrong. I think I have one more supermatched transistor. Oh, that one's extreme. -15. What the hell? Was this supposed to be a more accurate cap? 2N2. That could also be a source of issue. Not using the right kind of caps. I don't think they all have to be precision, though. And the other thing that I suspect is that there must be just like a bad connection somewhere. There might be a bad solder pad or something like that, which is why poking it sometimes helps. Sometimes when you poke it, you get to see some stuff happening. These are the inputs. Wait a minute. Look at the filter output. Yeah, nothing. Oh, our pulse is pulsing. We've got a pulse. And as soon as I touch it, it fails. What the heck? This is what happened before. We had pulse perfectly fine until I touched it. Try going very slowly from one end to the other. What the heck? What the heck, man? I thought we was cool. We were buds. Come on, buddy. I need like a full circuit analysis that I can go through and check all the stuff at. Because yeah, there's a lot of weirdness going on here. One of my caps isn't the right kind of cap. I don't think that'll affect it too much though. I'm just seeing if I can like press it in a certain place. Yeah, I gotta undo the ionization flow and reverse the polarity of the feedback, something or other. Very Star Trekian solutions here. I just have this feeling that the problem is one like bad connection. One almost soldered resistor. That's what they usually are. It's usually like, hey, you almost soldered this, but not really, and then that's what kills the whole circuit. Usually the case. I just have to get a little bit smarter about what I'm poking at. There's pulse. Wait, why didn't I get pulse before? And then if I touch this, it'll die? Nope. Did I plug into the wrong thing? That's what it was. Bandwidth. That doesn't affect that right now. That's the level for the filter input. So this is just pulsing at that frequency. And if I hit it with a CV, which will come out of this plug, where's my 1 volt per octave? Jeez. 1, 2, 3, 2, 1. Well, it's actually triggering off of that, so I don't really get an idea of the frequency unless it's fully in rolling scope mode. I guess it is. Oh, trigger's disabled, huh? Why? Why is this disabled? Wait. What is you? Hey, wait a minute. Please, sir, I would like to stabilize my signal. There we go. Now we're triggered. That's what I call triggered. Boy, that looks like those look like they have a ramp to them, don't they? So with the, and why is this triggering so funny? Oh, it's on channel 1. Do that. There. Okay, so now we're totally stable. And if I hit this at different voltages, it's not changing. Okay. 1, 2 volt, doesn't matter. It doesn't seem to adjust to the CV. That should be 1 volt per octave. Let me try the linear. These stupid, these are the bad kind of plugs. Oh my God. There we go. I hate them. Okay, so it's not doing anything. What if I touch this? That's not changing the pulse output at all. Oh, you know what? The pulse is based on the frequency that the bick and tick is bicking and ticking on. That's what the counter is doing. That's where the pulse is coming from. So that means that the counter stuff is working. If I look at, where's my probe? Oh yeah, now that I've plugged in the this scope, I now have ground reference. So I can actually take that off and poke around. So if I poke into Q2 and 1, I get nothing. Wait, those should be active. Stuff should be happening on those. Those should be counting. What about the pins of the counter? Curious. How do I get a pulse and yet nothing else? Something crazy's going on here. Something a little fucky. Something ain't right with that kid. Negative 7.9. Okay. That's almost like negative 8 volts. It's not quite where it should be, but it's not detrimental. It's not like a showstopper. That's as close to 0 as I can get it. Okay. So now, okay, I've got that hooked up as that's FM in. It's the linear. There's a frequency in that I could try. I don't have a signal to send in there. Sync input. I don't think that's really going to do anything. Yeah, it's supposed to sync your device. I do not know what's going on. Huh. Yeah, the filtering thing in and out. Okay. So that goes blank. And then if I hook up this, that's just a large positive in there, huh? And so the frequency, nothing really happens. Turn the bandwidth up and down. Most of the tuning on this thing is for the control. So how is this thing working? How does this work? Why has it gone wrong? Could be that transistor right there. What are we talking about? We're talking about this thing. So beyond the summing node of the input structure, you will always find a scaling network which changes the 1 volt per octave at the input to the approximately 18 millivolts per octave that must appear at the base of the transistor. So 18, okay, this is actually a really good analysis. I like this. Too bad this web page is dead, and if I hit reload, I'll never see it again. Somebody didn't pay their ISP. We also do temperature correction at this point by means of the 2K TC resistor, which is a Tel Labs type Q18K. That's actually what I have, I think. Corrects for the temperature variations in the transistor of the exponential converter. Thus, both resistor and transistor should be at the same temperature. This is indicated by the thermal contact arrows. Okay. Control has to save it to disk. That's true. I probably should do that. No, I think the website is probably okay. Let's see if we can load it. I'm starting to very much consider... Wait, Magnus Synth's friends stop. Okay, that's not... Yeah, this is a different page. So it's linked somewhere else in the explanation. This is the one that I'll probably want to use the Wayback Machine to see. So we're seeing 18 millivolts per whatever. 2KTC going there. What does the Bic and Tic have? Wait a minute, that's a different setup. The Bic and Tic has... Here, let's do between Notepad and Explorer. We're doing this. This is what we're doing. We're comparing the explanation with the explanation for this different oscillator that does the same thing with what's actually in the Bic and Tic. So this network right here is the thermal compensation. Is this the first time you're seeing this? I keep pulling this up. This is a wonderful book by Robert A. Pease, who is actually funny. Electrical engineers, obviously known for being absolutely hilarious. Yeah, listen, if I come across like a time machine on the street, I should not get into it because this is my future. Why is future me just... It's uncanny. I'm sitting here with modern equipment looking exactly like this guy. This old Santa Claus looking fucker. Actually, I think he's thinner than me. I need to lose weight. Chat, I need to lose weight. I'm gonna die if I don't lose weight. I'm gonna legit just fucking die. So, friendship ended with food. Water is my new best friend. This one uses a 2K, and I altered... See, that's on a potentiometer though. So it's a slightly different. He's got fancier spaghetti. Listen, if I built this with slightly older technology, it would probably look like that. Yeah, this guy's awesome. Yeah, so resistors above it. What I have in here is, here, let's switch back to red and go a little thinner. So I have 2K. And then this one is 112. So that alters the current that's coming out of it, but it preserves the voltage divider voltage. And I kept this at 100K. So the gain here is the same, and then the voltage here should be the same, is my understanding of how I altered this circuit. There's 150K up here, though. But yeah, this is coming in on a voltage divider. Oh, that's not part of the circuit. So it should still be the same gain, because that would be 100, so it's a unity gain. That should be reducing it. Oh, it's got a 15K. Well, but that's not a voltage divider. That's just a. Either way, we got a summing node that then does 18 millivolt peak to peak over here, maybe. We're not oscillating. That's our problem. We don't have any oscillation going on. That's the linear FM input, huh? That's a different. Why is it affecting it there? All right, so let's see here. I can't. We got to go all the way into the bones of this explanation, huh? They're saying the 2K on the feedback, positive TC of plus 3,500 ppm, temperature variations in the transistor of the exponential converter, thus both resistor and the transistor should be the same temp. In practice, thermal contact is made by mounting the resistor and transistor pair in an array, so they're touching. Well, I just have them touching, yeah. Oh, hey, Nates are pretty okay. Thank you, Nates are pretty okay. They're pretty. I don't even know what a Nate is. You mean somebody named Nate? Hope you're well. Appreciate the stream. 8 months of Nates are pretty okay. Man, thank you. I appreciate that. I really do. Yeah, I'm doing all right. I need to sleep more, man. That's my problem. I think sleep would fix a lot of the problems in my life. Too bad I don't have a CPAP machine. The CPAP breakdown video is going to publish to YouTube soon. Let's check up on YouTube before my brain turns into sludge. I want to check up on YouTube, make sure, see how things are going with this stuff. I hit refresh, and hopefully I have less than 18, 19. Ah, man, come on. So it's still doing a lot of work on these things. See details. Superconductor, original mix. Mute the song. I think I need to start taking notes on which songs I am muting, because I feel like I'm doing it over and over again. I feel like I already set that one to mute, and it might be that YouTube is failing to mute it, and I need to just get rid of it. If the video is over 6 hours long, it won't allow you to mute stuff. 5 hours though, perfectly fine. There's no time there. 6, 5. So this one. Oh yeah, when you load one up, I think it opens the video in Creator Studio and slows things down exponentially. It really does get like stinky and gross. This one has a lot that I need to go through, so let's mute Fondle. Got to share server time with other people. I know, it's like if I was an actual like monetized channel, I wonder if this would happen very quickly. I wonder if, because I'm at like the trash tier, the squalor tier streamers. So I get every now and then I get usage of like a Tandy to do this editing. Here's the 5-hour one. Oh, you need to refresh the page every time. This has really slowed down my video uploads. I was doing something like 3 to 4 a day, and getting them all characterized and stuff so that I was able to pick out all the stuff that was happening, which will help me very much in editing when I go to make videos for the main channel. So maybe I don't monetize this and I just do the main channel and I stop doing this frivolous stuff. I want to finish this process right now, and get all these to be approved and just see what came out on the other side. Advertisement watching. Well, I don't know if I even have that. That's what sucks. These people are watching my videos and like YouTube is just stealing all that content for themselves. All right, come on, come on, come on, come on. Here we go. It's so slow. So 545, copyright, see details, Mamba. I feel like I flagged this one earlier and it didn't go through. I'm going to make a note of this, I think. Where do I make a note of this? Remember to turn off ad block. So what? So I can get half a computer to process these things? So this one is... I'm just in my notepad document, I'm going to make a note of that, and then I'm going to highlight Mamba under it and do, is this one processing? No. So mute song only beta, continue. This will be our experiment right here. Yeah, I just need one more core, bro, just one more core. Do you think they use Threadrippers for like special stuff at YouTube? They just have a bunch of Threadrippers in a closet, rip it away. I swear this one is also not disappearing. Okay, I gotta reload, come back, look at this one, see details, copy this down. Actually, I think this one worked because I don't recognize Singlair or Stilgar Francisco. But I'm gonna make a note of it. I'm gonna set it to mute song. This is just what I gotta do now in order to get these scrubbed. But for the later ones, I think I'm just going to not worry about monetizing. I'm just going to keep uploading them. And then if push comes to shove, I'll have to mute the whole intro and we'll lose my voice. It's possible that I could take the audio and hit replace song for that duration. And the song that I would replace it with is the video sans the music, just with my voice. I don't have that because I don't do multi-track recording on these things. I don't think I have the capability of doing that. So I would need to find a tool that I would be able to use to do like RTS voice, a voice pull out of those. If I were to do that and each of my intros is 30 minutes, that's 30 minutes times 300 videos. So I'm not going to do it live. This feels like doing it live though. Yeah, the $5,000 Threadripper, that's what I'm talking about. Why is social stream so slow? Oh, yeah, big comments. Social stream does not scroll big comments, and I need to fix that somehow. Social stream ninja, or whatever. New Threadripper just got released. Current gen epics are probably not faster than the previous gen of Threadripper. Really? Next gen high level EPYC, I don't know what that is. Are probably faster than previous Threadripper, next gen, blah, 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 blah. Bunch of efficiency, calls them, Well, yeah, that's what I mean. It's like, that's this kind of work. Oh, here's another one. Let me get this one quick. This is a cool stream, by the way. This is one that I did a long time ago. When I took apart that CPAP machine, there were all these cool sensors in it. And we figured out how to communicate with this one chip that was really, really awesome. Yeah, I should have been making notes of these for the whole time. But the chip was really cool. We were able to get the Arduino working with it. And because we did an Arduino day previously, I was able to hook the temperature and humidity sensor up to this really cool vintage style numerical display. It was a very cool stream because it was sort of like bam, bam, bam. It was like very simple stuff, and we were able to get the programming done and get all that. Yeah, that was a wonderful, wonderful set of streams. That'll go up the 22nd. I would suggest you watch that one. That was me at my prime, doing the best I could, looking very tired on camera. Okay, so yeah, oh, who's this? They're live streaming. They have a live stream. My stream key! I could reissue that when I want. Okay, so we've got in practice thermal contact, blah blah blah, ordinary 2K. So you're touching heatsink compound between them. For setup purposes and testing, an ordinary 2K 5% resistor can be used. TC resistor and the heatsink compound can be put in during the final packaging and calibration. What are you saying? AMD's Sienna cores are full fat x86 to 64. Intel's are tarted up Atom cores. Oh man, I have no. EPYC, pronounced EPYC, are the server CPUs that Threadripper is based on. Ah, okay. I see. This is like, yeah, Threadripper had a new free refresh a few years before the newest one's released on the 20th this month, which is why I say the newest EPYC is likely faster than the last release. I don't know all this computer stuff. I don't know how you guys follow this stuff. Everybody seems to know so much about computer and tech, and it's like I don't have the bandwidth for that. And also I don't want to torture myself following the latest and greatest in computer stuff. I absorb it passively. Yeah, that I guess that'll happen. Yeah, you're right. It's just I don't have that in me. You know, it's interesting that I've got friends that'll explain this stuff to me endlessly, and when I try to drill down at the actual computer science into terms that I understand, like resistors and capacitors and stuff, they kind of fail to do that. They just follow it like a sports team. It's strange. The resistor RARB, a trim pot, probably multi-turn unit. RARB, these two. So I mean that would be a trim pot and then RC to ground. It's not quite our circuit though, is it? It's not my tempo. We've got the Temco going to ground, and then not as the feedback resistor. We've got a span or trim of a 10K and a 100K. So the 110K versus the 100K is your whatever it is, your gain. But then we're going into a 56K and a 2K to ground. 56 and 2K to ground. 56 and 1K, sorry. So I have preserved the voltage divider by doubling this because our Temco resistor is double that. But this isn't quite what we have. I get this is what we have, sort of. I see. Wait a minute. Okay, so I need to keep reading. So let's see. RA and RB trim pot are selected so that a 1 volt change at the input through 100K is scaled to an 18 millivolt change at the wiper from the trim pot. Well, we can test that. We can test to see that that's happening. So I can jump over to, where's OBS? Where did OBS go? Where's my son? Yeah, okay. So we can go to the wiper of the trim pot. Oh, but this is a different location then. I guess we're looking at the input to the transistor pair, and what pin is that? The input to the transistor pair, that is pin 2. So pin 2, and I need to be able to reach the power supply. Pin DOS, which doesn't look very well soldered. Pin 2 is at negative 70 millivolts. So if I go to 1, I should get 18 millivolts. Here's 1 volt. Negative 120. I turned off all the brain power following sports. Yeah, I just mean the mentality is like, one of my friends is legitimately angry at Intel for hobbling the progress of the human race by holding back technology in order to compete with AMD. He's legitimately mad. Okay, so what they're saying is that at the wiper, low source impedance, the base of the converting transistors held down well. Output of the op amp will never exceed the voltage of much more than a few hundred millivolts. There's no problem with the op amp driving such a low impedance. In the circuit diagrams, we'll be showing the voltage divider shown in figure 4, which permits voltages to be scaled from values from 20 to 16. I am currently measuring 119 millivolts. We can turn channel 1 down a little bit. and it's reading it negatively. -34, -6. Something is wrong. Something's badly wrong. I feel like I need to be, I need to read up on this thing a bit more. I don't think it's bad transistors or anything. Well, now we're at 6 millivolts. And if I take this down to 0, 1, 2, 2, 1, 0. Yeah, okay. Something else is wrong. I don't know what it is. Hey, what's up, Udo? We're working on a Bic and Tick filter, and we're also dealing with the absolute fucking shit show that is uploading videos to YouTube. You've been doing shorts lately. Are you uploading stuff? Look, I decided in my infinite cleverness, look at me, I'm an EE, I'm so stupidly clever, that I would play mixes that were on Twitch. And so the Twitch system, I would be double dipping into the Twitch copyright infringement system. And what that means is that I have 10,000 tracks that are potential copyright hits on my new VOD channel. I have about 350 videos still to upload and figure out what the moments are in the videos. Oh my God. But I do know, I'll need to start. It's not a great, no. That's a really bad idea, because the YouTube tracking system, YouTube copyright system is so much more advanced that it's finding every single track that Metronomic Live played. Metronomic, I think, is doing like IRL DJ stuff, and he's not Twitch streaming anymore. But that was a cool era when he was doing it like deep house Twitch streams in his super schwank apartment in New York. And then I just play his streams here, and everybody's like, ooh, cool music. And they went and followed him and all that stuff. And I was like, hey, man, is it cool that I'm like stealing your music? He's like, yeah, don't worry about it. Except I never bought these tracks, so I don't have the right to play them in public. It was my sneaky little greasy weasel way of getting to play cool music that I like at the intros of my streams. But now this is the part of the parable where the comeuppance happens. So now I am going through these individually, and every single copyright thing, I have to click on this thing. Wait, what camera am I on? Yeah, okay, you guys can see what I'm doing. Mute song only, which is in beta, which is like an RTX voice kind of thing. Click continue, click mute, and then it takes the whole 4 to 5 hour video, and it basically finds the copyright, then processes it back up to HD after trying to mute anything but the song. And I have to select the songs individually. And this takes hours for each video. Used to have to do this to VODs all the time. There's no way that I can just batch, say like, hey, all these videos, do that to them. Like, do that to every single one. I have to go through individually, each individual song. I need like a voice supremacist. I need a voice separation thing, like an RTX voice. It doesn't need to be real time though. I need something in a video editor where I can point it to that block and say, isolate my voice, and then it'll just be me talking. Of course, I also want to like not do it during certain segments and stuff. And all of these videos take up many, many gigabytes of space. So I would be creating a lot of e-waste in order to do this. But that's what I need. I need a tool that does this. I'll research that a little bit more tonight. How's it been going though? I know I'm picking your brain about like copyright stuff, but I haven't caught up to what you've been doing lately. I think there were explosions last. If you guys don't know, Udo Oo is a former NASA engineer, current explosion maker out of mistakes. I tuned in and he was trying to make like something you could throw a hot dog down and it would cook it. Does a lot of really more exciting stuff. We sit here and scratch our bellies and go, what is that voltage supposed to be with my premier super expensive oscilloscope and my belly on camera? I got a belly. But yeah, this is what we do here. We're kind of a little calmer. Rest in peace, the stove from the wall. For Twitch, yeah, I've already got that going on Twitch, and I only did that recently. With the extra track. YouTube, the streaming that I'm doing also to YouTube simultaneously. You can hop on YouTube chat and leave a comment, because nobody does. Nobody does. Somebody came last stream and said hi. But anyway, I've got both of those chats on screen because the Twitch's rule is stupid, especially for us little guys that don't get a lot of chats. I got both chats on screen. I should not be sending music to YouTube, but it is sending anyway. So I've got to get my act together. I think I have to update OBS for that. Oh my God. Chat controlled Christmas lights with individually addressable. I did that with a, I did that exact project actually. I did that project and that was a big delete key. It was a big delete key and I made a floating circuit with all the LEDs on it. And it was this weird, it was a weird array of LEDs, but I let chat control individuals and they tried and it just was, it was terrible. It didn't really work out all that well. I think I could do a much better job with these things that I bought. And I still want to turn these into a lamp. Talking about projects is so much easier than getting analog electronics to work. It's fun. You can just keep talking about projects infinitely. It's wonderful. I bought this stuff on Amazon for a lot of money. It's basically an acrylic, smoked acrylic, translucent acrylic on a rail. And what I want to do is I want to put a grid on the ceiling and hang a bunch of these and turn them into a cyber-looking lamp. Yeah, I would, if I did, you know, if I was doing stuff properly around here and if I had this big blank wall that I have, I would love to put the acoustic tiles with a little bit more room between them and then have these things like vertically over there, like a big display. That would be cool to let chat control individual pixels. And then inevitably they would write some kind of a racial slur on it because they're chat. And then I'd have to deal with the repercussions. But the guy who had the banana, the racist banana, he's got a lot of viewers. Like, he made a very nice, you know, phonetic, you know, toss filter on the banana. There's another slightly more toxic streamer rated them, and they had this banana that would play back your messages, and oh boy, did he regret it. He got kicked off for a week, and when he came back, it's pretty popular. But yeah, I would love to do more big interacty things. The programming wasn't where it is now at the time, so it was a lot harder for us to get a bot into chat. We were going to do a Discord bot too, but it ended up being very slow. Discord's API is not good. It was very slow. I don't know what the state of it is now. This is like years ago. This is before even the hold on, I'm just trying to change the camera so you guys can see the lights. But yeah, it would be cool to do stuff like that. Oh, this is like the LEDs aren't animating? Oh no, yeah, they are. But yeah, this stuff is pretty cool. It looks a lot cooler from my view. It's very spread out on this thing, but I can see the individual drivers in this. I don't know if I'd want to make this RGB though. I think I'd want it to be a lighting element. I got kicked for a week for zapping myself with TENS, with a TENS. What is that? Is that a static tester? TENS unit, it only gave me more publicity, unintentional hustle. One of my older clips on here, and Demethol is the one that usually, oh no, that's the exploding capacitor. That was when I was using I had a 35 volt capacitor, and I flipped the motor controller up to 50 volts because they work better with higher volts, and it popped the cap. You can see it heat up on thermal. But even before that, I had one of those miniature RC tanks, and I used the Adafruit Featherboard on top of that with a bunch of custom code to get into the chat, the IRC chat, and monitor for instructions. And it had a couple instructions, and the tank would move around on the desk. And then I got a raid from Roboz, who's a Swedish gaming guru. When Roboz raided, I taped an X-Acto knife to the top of the tank. That was when I had an X-Acto knife and not a scalpel. Buy a scalpel, by the way. Don't buy X-Acto knives. They're terrible knives. They come loose and they try to cut your hands off. No, buy scalpels because the blade locks in, and then you can do cuts that are wavy without loosening your blade, and they're much cheaper. So yeah, scalpels, much superior knives. Anyway, I had an X-Acto knife taped to the top of the tank, and Chat was out for blood. They wanted to see blood. It was scary. They were trying their darndest because I just had my hands like over here, and at one point I had a bit of masking tape that I was using to block with, and they impacted that thing into the block of masking tape really, really far. But the tank did end up actually stabbing me. The trick is the surface is very slippery for those treads, and so it had almost no inertia behind it. It had the weight of the X-Acto knife and like the batteries in it. And so it came up and hit me and just didn't have the ability to do any damage. But chat was out for blood. They were out for, this was back when we had a separate room in chat. And so it was a different IRC channel for all the spam. Two bots with knives and had them fight against each other. The other Lone Star, who's a prominent member of my Discord now and you know, longtime friend at this point, in New York, he went to the Twitch whatever con that was there many years ago, and he had two tanks with these big comical hammers on them, and he had like a whole scoring overlay and everything. So the two tanks were controlled by chat, and they would try to bonk each other over the head. Balloon Roombas, yeah, exactly. I don't know what the this is analog, hardcore analog troubleshooting. The only thing that we've really gotten to work is the pulse output. That works just fine. So all of my circuit work here. This is the filter and VCO, voltage controlled oscillator, that I snapped in half because it was too big to fit in a Euro rack. And so my solution for that was point-to-point wiring to repair all of the individual circuit elements, and then of course point-to-point wiring for the front panel, and then I just hung the two in this manner on standoffs. And of course it worked the first time for a second, and then it stopped. The only thing we got is that wave there. But then I realized that the book from a long time ago, the Robert A. Pease's Troubleshooting Analog Electronics, was oddly prophetic. And I'm starting to rethink about whether or not I should continue with these analog circuits. We need to do something digital so I don't end up like this guy. I think I'm going to end up like this. I think I'm looking into a mirror, into a time mirror. I'm getting scared. Because this is literally the expression on my face as I look through a bundle of wires. That front cover. Yeah, we were laughing at this book at my IED job. Because it is actually, it's a very good book, but it's also awesome. It's very funny. He throws a computer off a roof at some point during the book. What? Wait a minute. So if what? So when you okay. So if I, so when I, what? So I just, if I wait, huh? What is this? Should not be. I guess this is where the pulse generation happens, and if I touch it, I disturb its very delicate balance. Everything you touch turns to shit. What the heck, man? No, it's my body is affecting the capacitance, and because of the way it's creating the pulses, it's using a capacitor to integrate. I think the sawtooth wave. I don't know how it's still getting pulses though. But when you touchy it, yeah, no touchy. When you touch the fishy, the capacitance of your finger is enough to offset a picofarad cap. And since we're dealing in millivolts for the creation of this stuff, it has an effect. I mean, we know that our plus minus voltage regulator is working, even though one of these transistors gets a little toasty. It's a little toasty. There's a little toast going on there. The op amps we know get to temperature just naturally. I don't know what these caps are that are heating up so much. They shouldn't really be heating up. Those are in fact resistors. I know what a resistor and a capacitor are. What are MFOS? MFOS. What's that? Motherfucker OS. Sounds like a cool operating system. Is the knob warm? No. Okay. Okay. I'm going crazy, chat. This is going to be a hell of a thing for me to troubleshoot my way out of. It's like, you know, tough. It's not easy. And it's likely that it's going to be some like minorly bad solder connection somewhere. I'm going to have to read. I'm going to have to do my reading. Music from Outer Space, big open source analog synth. Oh, I think a friend of mine linked me to that, or somebody linked me to that. Music from Outer Space. I want to, you know, this stuff sucks, and I may say that it sucks. I'm having a great time learning about how this stuff goes together and what it takes to put together like a basic old school analog synthesizer. I also watched that documentary. I think it's like the Women of Electronic Music or something like that. And that was really cool. And so I want to be able to make wibbling sound that will allow me to have non-copyrighted audio frequencies as an intro. I will be happy then. I'll finally be happy. This is like forbidden. You're not supposed to adjust this knob. But it's not really changing anything, is it? I can see the waveform changing a little bit. Unlimited wobulation. Unlimited wobbles. Yeah, that's what I want to have, because all I need is just like weird miscellaneous music. One of my inspirations was a NASA video that used a prog rock sample as their outro, and it was so cool. It was so like classy and cool. And I looked it up, and there's no way that I'm getting the rights to that song, but you know, it would be cool to use something like that. I would need guitar, but anyway, one step at a time. The synthesizer first. But I'm having a lot of trouble with this stuff because it seems like after building a circuit like this, you need to go down to the bones, the atoms that make up the circuit, and figure out what's not precisely working. Doing something like this in digital electronics, I get away with this all the time. I don't with this stuff. So I need to learn how to test the circuit and how to figure out where my mistakes may lie. And I think that's my homework for tonight. Aside from uploading videos, what we're going to do tomorrow is work on this. I need to stop seeing my big Santa Claus fucking belly in this scope screen. It annoys me so much that I'm sitting here with this pinch-and-inch fucker viewing my stomach, my precious stomach that I try to hide from you guys. So what I want to do is put the no reflection thing on that screen, and then bust this sucker open and replace this high-pitched fan. This thing is high-pitched. So we're going to replace that with an Octua, and then my scope's going to overheat, and a grown man will cry. But I think that would be very, very fun to do tomorrow. So we'll have a chill day tomorrow, doing Friday projects, and maybe I can clean up a little bit. I got to see whether or not Dave and Julian are here with their massive synthesizers to play music for you guys. See, that's the goal, is that I won't be able to rival their music prowess, but most of the synthesizer stuff is like, hey, if you plug this thing in, it'll act like a musician and kind of get the notes kind of right. That's what I'm hoping to do, is remove myself from the music and just be clever about hooking stuff up, because I can do that, and then just get wobbling to my taste. Yeah, too many projects, too little time. I've spoken about 6 to 8 projects today that are just miscellaneous things that I should be doing around here. But yeah, one of them is taking apart this thing. Hopefully on Friday, Dave and Julian are here. If people have colds, if I'm actually sick, or if they're sick, we're calling it off. None of us wants to suffer through a cold, even just a cold. So we'll figure that out. I'll let you guys know tomorrow what people are saying. And hopefully we're jamming out on Saturday. We're going to work on the scope tomorrow. Kind of a high stakes, easy project. And I'll have to be able to trace this screen with an X-Acto knife. That's going to be tough. I mean, scalpel. Alrighty. Appreciate it. Yeah, thank you guys for coming out. More to come. More to come. I don't know if we're gonna. Let me just see if there's anybody rateable. Evo bother. I got to take my doggy for a walk. That's why I'm kind of wrapping it up. Who's that? Deadbeats? Nah. Buck is on. I got to expand this thing, or else I don't see all of the channels. Double that. There we go. Hit show more. Who's down here? Shane, Ghost Freak is on. Queen Ella's doing My Summer Car.
you guys can figure out where you want to go. I don't think I'm pressed to really raid anybody today. Keep an eye on Flatulent Gonad. I want that man to partner with the channel. And Uda O, thanks for hanging out. And all of you people who subbed. Nate's Are Pretty Okay was the last one, and I don't think I missed anybody. It's a lot of random farts that people. Yeah, and then there's OctoJ for 73 months. 73 months, pretty impressive. I'll talk to you guys later. Yeah, have a good one. Where's the button that I have to hit in order to? I really need a proper button that I